You know what? Because we're going to be watching a lot of cutscenes anyways, and I haven't watched it in a long time, we're going to start this off with the plane ride. We'll just start the timer where we usually do, but... Here we go. BioShock Trilogy, meaning 1, 2, and Infinite, all back-to-back without using glitches. At least my definition of glitches. Yeah. Maybe from a community standpoint, it's a little iffy, but...
Son, you're special.
Should be a long run.
You were born to do great things. You know what? They were right.
Oh yeah, this might also be really loud. Forgot all the cutscenes in this game are super loud. So we'll start the time where we usually start it. Do the whole pausing in between game stuff. Now, I know I've run through BioShock 1 glitchless before, like years ago. I mean, I should know it pretty well, regardless of the fact. 2, for the most part, the runs for a long time were pretty much like fast, casual strats, except for a few things here and there. Nowadays, it's a little bit more broken. Oh, it auto-started. Cool. Infinite's going to be the hard one, because I haven't thought about a lot of those areas casually in such a long time. Is going through the fire a glitch? We might have just broken the rules. Force of habit. Reset. It's going to be really hard, because I've been grinding this out to not, like, just instinctually do the bathysphere skip or anything. I mean, I think if anyone can boot up the game and just, like, go through the fire casually, which I'm sure a lot of people have, then, you know, not really a glitch. Just exploiting the map. Sounds bad. It's a reason I don't care for a lot of like glitchless runs, because the rule set's so objective, or not objective, subjective. Very iffy, because it just comes down to the community's definition of what a glitch is, and some people define it completely differently.
I am Andrew Ryan, and I'm here to ask
Hydrate.
you a question. Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow? No.
Then you always see the breakdown of, well, is this a bug? Is this a glitch? Is it an exploit? Is it just a clever use of game mechanics?
Talks to God.
And it just becomes this whole messy thing where no one really understands what the other one's talking about.
To everyone. I rejected those answers. Instead, I chose something different. I chose the impossible. I chose rapture.
Like, sometimes a trick in a speedrun will just literally be like the easiest thing to do in the world. It's like, is that necessarily a glitch if I can do that? Like, anyone can boot up the game and like find this casually? I don't know. Then you get into the trouble of taking a step further of like no major glitches, right? Or no major skips. Where does a skip go from minor to major? And that becomes another whole discussion. There not be any glitches in here. When you change the key, whoa. It's a music joke. So I think every leaderboard that has a no major skips run or no major glitches should also have a no minor skips / no minor glitches run. Just to go with it.
Just one more minute.
Yeah, only major glitches allowed. Which I've done for BioShock. I mean, I haven't done a recent one with all the new stuff, but I believe it's up on my YouTube somewhere. You can do all the big time saves, but you can't do like diary skips and stuff. It's very weird. Oh, this little thing that saves 3 seconds? Nah, you're not allowed to do that, sorry.
Is it someone new?
No fun allowed category. There's plenty of those out there. Glitches only category. I mean, for certain games you could, right? Like, isn't like Pokemon Yellow any % or something? Like, just basically one big glitch?
Would you kindly pick up that shortwave radio?
Or something like that.
I don't know how you survived that plane crash, but I've never been one to question.
You laugh, you lose.
I'm Atlas.
Oh, I'm laughing
To keep you alive.
so much.
Now keep on moving.
It's BioShock 1's gonna be the hard thing in terms of just not glitching. 2 should be fine, but just because I've been grinding this out for sub 30 lately, I'm just so tempted to just glitch all over the place.
You're out of hiding, but you're gonna have to trust me. Just a bit further. How do you like that, sister? Now, would you kindly find a crowbar or something? Bloody splicer. Seal Johnny in before they... Goddamn splicers.
It's one of those things, if I'm not entirely sure if something is or isn't a glitch, I'm just not gonna do it. Like, like that's a perfect example of jumping on that chair to draw out the splicer, like, to manipulate him closer. You could argue that's a glitch. Or is it just a clever use of game mechanics?
Your genetic code
You know?
is being rewritten. Just hold on and everything will be fine.
Actually, streamer, that's an exploit.
This little fish looks like he just had his cherry popped. Wonder if he's still got some Adam on him. Let's bark.
Alright, you guys get your estimates in. How long do you think this is gonna take? Going over 10 hours on this bad boy?
Yellow always had been. You'll be no better off with Metal Daddy, little fish. See you floating from my...
Yes. Damn. I'm hoping for 8. So I don't really know these runs at all, or how long glitchless is going to take for each one, but
Angel.
I'd like to get 8. At least 17 minutes till I rage quit? Yeah, I think so.
Wait a minute. He's still breathing.
Hoping for 24? Hell no.
It's alright. I know he'll be an angel soon.
If the sun starts coming up, but I'm still playing, I'm just going to go to bed. Oh, at least I don't have to hop through here. That's gonna be great. I always love when I don't have to hop through this part. It's so nice. I'm gonna hop through the water because it's faster, but like, not being dragged back the whole time. Oh, he's glitching. Oh my god. Streamer man's glitching. That was some nice lag. Yo, that lag was a glitch. Jumping in my video games?
I've got a family. I need
I gotta say, any video game that doesn't allow you to jump is just trash.
If you can reach them in Neptune's bounty, then maybe, just maybe,
Especially first-person games that don't let you jump. They just suck.
you're the luckiest man in the world right now. But you're the only hope I'll ever see my wife and child again. Go to Neptune's bounty. Find my family, please.
Give me the pistol. Oh my god.
Plasma's changed everything.
The Stanley Parable exists? Nah, I've never played it.
Our minds, we couldn't
Yo, Pixel, thank you.
best friend.
I don't know if I necessarily need luck, but
Baby
I'll still take it.
ribs.
Yeah, I said what I said.
He went to hell.
Jumpless Dark Descent runs.
Careful now. Would you kindly lower that
I don't know if you can do glitchless Dark Descent runs.
wheel down there? Don't be fooled. She's
I think there's some stuff you literally have to jump over.
somebody went and turned a sweet baby girl into a monster. Whatever you thought about right and wrong,
I'd have to like think through it.
well, that don't count for much down in Rapture. Those little sisters,
The big C since Thursday. A cat. Whoa, you got a cat? Hell yeah. That's definitely what you meant, right?
everybody wants it, everybody needs it.
Hope things get better though. Been without cat. Whoa. This catch can catch it? Really? Damn.
That's the big daddy. She got it out of
I want to test something real quick
safe.
for future usage, knowledge-wise. Okay. I didn't know if Electrobolt could break locks or not. There's another incentive we have to do. Is BioShock with plasmas only. Can never use a wrench or guns or anything. And I was not entirely sure if you could get past that point. Is a thing? Really? I mean, yeah, most maps you don't have to jump through. I just thought there was a couple spots early on that required it.
It's Ryan! Goddamn Andrew! Ryan! He's found us.
Is walking around.
There's another way to get there. Head to
See, this is a spot like you can walk around the trigger to activate the door early. I'm not gonna do it. Like, and if you just like hug this side of the room,
override the exit from here.
you can do that. Personally, I would argue that's not a glitch, but it's one of those things I'm iffy. I think the rule set says you're not supposed to do that, so.
Which one of them bitches sent you? The KGB wolf or the CIA jackal?
Tigers and lions
Rapture is
came down with it, damn.
sunken ship
It's not aware of that.
to plunder. And Andrew Ryan isn't a giddy socialite who can be slapped around by government muscle. And with that, farewell, or das Vidania, jackal.
For like Amnesia glitchless, I would literally just have to unbind jumping. It's even just like walking down a hallway, I like to just jump randomly.
Now you've met Andrew Ryan, the bloody king of Rapture. Now find your way to emergency access.
You know what? Sure. Why not have it on? There's no reason not to have the bot.
Security alert is in progress.
You want to use emergency access, we need Dr. Steinman's key. He's the one that runs this place. So I don't expect to hand it yet out of milk at humankind. Steinman ain't that
friend.
Now you've rattled the monkey cage. Here they come.
We got a little friend.
You keep an eye peeled for Steinman. The daft bastard.
Just doing that out of habit, honestly. Look at it.
Remember, all them machines will short out right and prompt if you hit them with electrobolts. Security cameras. I can hear the internal things all around you. Brian's eyes and ears. All roads in Rapture lead to Ryan. Security, the Slicers, the Big Daddies, and
It's gonna be really weird to not death warp out of this part.
the chemical scent in the air. Pheromones, they call it.
So I do believe the rule set does say you can death warp as long as it doesn't skip content. So there's like Hephaestus, we can do a lot of the death warps there, so we're not skipping anything besides walking. Like I could death warp back to the beginning after we sit through the Tenenbaum stuff here, if I wanted to. I just can't do a death warp to skip past it.
Why do we have two eyes?
Oh my god, it's been so long since I've seen Steinman.
You'll have to find some way to get through to surgery
Okay.
and Steinman. Chin up now. The Lord hates a quitter.
Snoga! You ruined everything! Get him! Have your harpies tear him to bits!
Oh, it's a lot of fighting muscle memory for sure.
What can I do with this one, Aphrodite? She won't stay still! I want to make them beautiful.
So you cosplay through the other day? Hell yeah.
Wrong. That one's too fat. This one
I'm sure it's a lot different experience than watching.
too symmetrical. And now, what's this guy? An intruder. He's ugly. Ugly.
So I think I'm allowed after I kill Steinman to death warp out of here to get back to the room we were just in. I believe so.
You alright? It was time somebody took care of that sick bastard.
So we're not skipping back to where telekinesis is. We're skipping back to the
I'm watching my way to the
area here. Yeah.
myself. We'll get there soon enough.
Animation skips a glitch that is allowed. I thought I saw it was not allowed.
Welcome to Rapture, the world's fastest growing pilot joke. It's a little one. Here's your chance to get some Adam.
And me, and all the tasty Adam I can drink.
I was pretty sure I saw that was on the ban list.
Easy now, Doctor. He's just looking for a wee bit of Adam. Just enough to get by.
I'll not have him hurt my little ones.
It's okay, lad. It's not a child.
Exploring everything. I mean, yeah, it's like the fun of BioShock 1 and 2. Is the amount of world exploration there is. That's why I like Minerva's Den, the DLC for 2. 'Cause it really does a good job at that. Like, it makes it super rewarding to look around.
You won't survive without the Adam those things are carrying. Are you prepared to trade your life, the lives of my wife?
Oh yeah, this like the Andrew Ryan cutscene gets messed up because of high FPS.
There is another way.
You just like for some reason look at the floor.
Free them from their torment. I will make it to be worth your while. Somehow.
What is my save key bound to? L.
No! No! No!
Look at it. I'm looking.
Thank you.
The path of the righteous is not always easy, yes. The reward will become clear in time.
Ooh, some supplies.
Tenenbaum's playing you for a sap. Those things may look like wee little girls, but looks don't make it so. You need all the Adam you can get.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's a lot in BioShock 1 that gets skipped. Some of the better areas too.
With another of them.
Like Medical's really cool.
Make sure
Fort Frolic is usually everyone's favorite level.
dear, of course.
that get skipped entirely. I'm pretty sure you have to interact with this. I'm just gonna get health upgrade. For this to open. I don't know if this is a thing that's worth doing. Instead of I think walking back's a little faster if you're there. This isn't skipping any content, so I think it's allowed. It might have been faster to walk back, honestly.
Security alert deactivated. Thank you for your patience.
I don't know how you managed it, but you did.
Find out where you're up to in your run. What was the last quest that you did? You remember that?
You had the pleasure of Andrew Ryan's company.
Not walking's a glitch. Whoa, true.
He's the one who ran it into the ground. Nobody knows exactly what happened. Maybe he went mad. Maybe
Is keeping your weapons...
he didn't like people.
Like, keeping the grenade launcher for
Men died. My family's in a submarine.
Peach a glitch? I'm not gonna do it anyways, because I don't need to, but...
I'll meet you there.
That's fair. So if you knew the quest, I could probably tell you where you were.
I'm a lady who craves for, and one day the gentleman stopped calling. Atlas radio on ahead.
Had a graphical glitch? No. True.
Fisheries. Nuts, I say. But if in your heads up to the Warp Master's office and find old Peach on research camera, maybe I could manage an invite. What was that? I want it back. Friend, you have fought.
You always tightly. I'm sending something first. I'll watch your back.
You'll find something to keep you alive. Now, go get that camera, and then snapshots of those that crawls on the ceiling. Then I'll let you into the fisheries. Just...
And we're off the scene.
Man, jumping a ghost. Fontaine's dead, and everybody knows it. He's been well for months, and half
I don't know why, but just using telekinesis feels like a glitch. Feels like every time I pick something up or throw it with telekinesis, I'm like, this just feels wrong.
like old Peach knows where to find a research camp.
I think it's just that broken of a skill.
The research camera looks just like what you see topside. According to this magazine I scratched up, you can also analyze genetic information, parse biological structures, lots of other $5 words.
Jesus.
The starter fort for like, hell yeah. You got a decent way into the game.
You have the research camera? Good. Guess it's time to get to work for old Peachy. Take the man's pictures and let's get the hell out of this place.
Man, it feels like I'm doing an old school any percent. I haven't seen this area in so long.
When you're ready, would you kindly?
Good death ward back. My health is kind of high, so I'm just gonna walk it. I still think it's really sad in this game you can't use telekinesis on that fish. What are you doing?
get himself at? You got something for me and my crew? Or are you
Something for me and my crew?
here a spell? I needs to set on some coffee. Maybe put on silverware and the like.
I don't know if I've ever heard that message like all the way through. I'm gonna be honest.
Before you head into the fisheries and aboard to the wilds, old PG seems about as straight as a dog's hind leg. You keep your eyes open.
Nobody walks into my swampy county at night. Put your weapons in the new hole, and then I'll let you in.
If that's the price, you're gonna have to pay it. But he can't very well take your plasma away now, can he?
Now, I bet when your boss waggled out of hell, he'd have told the devil he'd be right back. And the devil says, sure thing, Mr. Fontaine. I'll hold you a spot. Ryan promised Fontaine was dust, and now here you are doing his dirty. I guess that makes Ryan a bum, and you a... Atlas! He was ours! Ours!
Takes his time to talk, doesn't he?
The submarine bay was only used by smugglers and thieves. More than likely, the entrance will be hidden. Better to keep the coppers off the scent.
You can't quit.
I can't imagine reload canceling to be banned.
Smooth sailing from here.
You could definitely argue it's a glitch. But it's like so minor for the most part that like can't imagine it'd be disallowed. Is walking into the... Oh, man. Like, this is just timing, you know? You just click this and walk backwards, and you're fine. Like... I don't know if it's one or not. Is this a glitch? I'm not gonna do it during the save. I'll wait until afterwards.
What it means to truly be You had your fun, but enough is enough.
Can't even do it this way anymore.
You had your fun, but enough is enough.
If that's banned, I'll give like a sub after the stream or something. I don't know. We still have to wait for all these messages to play anyways. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you are in the fact that you're not sitting there watching the cutscene sort of thing, but you're not doing anything.
So dark in there. If only your friend could look up and see. Maybe.
You're not doing anything that takes extra steps. You're literally just hitting U's and then walking, right? So, I mean, if I had taken the same logic back to Welcome to Rapture, I would have walked around the cutscene trigger. Like, you're not leaving the map, you're not going out of bounds. You're not exploiting anything, you're just hitting U's and then walking. It's where, like I was mentioning at the start of the stream, things can get really messy when you're debating that stuff.
Ain't that just like Ryan?
Like, there's definitely a case you could make for that being something that's not allowed. At the end of the day, I did it, so. To not skip Arcadia? Yeah.
That'll take you straight to the devil himself. And then all debts will be paid in full.
Might as well get Sports Boost while I'm here.
Rob, they're coming!
They're coming. Gross. Okay, I don't need to do this, but I just want to see something. Plasma slots 100. Okay.
I shit bigger than you.
Rolling Hills is over yonder, and the bathysphere station is as well. And then straight on to Royal.
On the surface, I once bought a forest, but
Ow.
parasites claimed that the land.
So one thing I didn't really look into, is there's like a decent route through the Lazarus quest line
Pretend that it was paradise earned.
on like finding stuff and doing it optimally.
My forest,
It's a route I never remember because I never do it.
plant the seeds of this Arcadia. I did.
This isn't right. I'm gonna need you to listen to me. I'm no sort of botanist.
Look at these pretty views.
Just killed Arcadia.
Wow.
The man's put something foul into the air. Bottom of the ocean, Bio. All the oxygen comes from the trees. No trees, no
I
oxygen.
mean, these trees look pretty pathetic.
Give me a spell to think.
They are not looking too great.
There's an old Betty named Langford. An okay sort, but not above doing a dirty job for $1. If she's still kicking around, I'm sure she's gonna want to save her trees. After all, she planted the damn thing.
The sub 30, no. My trees.
No. Ryan. I think I've got a way to save the trees. It's a genetic vector that... Oh, look who I'm talking to. Could you find a sample of Rosa Gallica for me? Look in the grotto. I've got to keep working.
This was our home! Quit getting out of our territory! You pathetic woman!
Why is my game lagging so bad?
You trifle with the...
Yeah, I think the smart thing to do is to get the chlorophyll on the way there and back.
What is it?
I want to say there's, once you get the Rosa Gallica here, you can death warp out.
Kill him! The poison! Kill the poison! Crush the parasites!
But I don't remember if that's necessarily true. I think so.
Okay! You'll be back! I promise to do no harm! Quick, someone shut the door!
You've brought the Rosa Gallica? Oh, what are you waiting for? An engraved invitation? Send it through the pneumo. Yes, this is perfect. Perfect. Come on up to my office. I'm letting you in now. I've got the security system in this joint hacked, so those tourists won't find you. Come on up to my office.
And there, oh, there's a camera there at some point. Okay, what is this code?
make a business deal.
I think you can go down and loot stuff and come back up. It's not really worth it.
Changed hands. Let me read to
You have engraved
from the
invitation?
agreement.
Sure.
Section 3, subsection 4.
Mr.
Ryan Industries maintains
Not what's going on too.
exclusive rights to the creation, use, and
I don't remember
exploitation of the land.
them too well, to be honest. So
Ownership is civilization.
No, please.
could be right. 69, nice. P42 Wallaby. 945 isn't it like 7? 945 7. Yeah, okay. 9457. Wait, do I need to actually the safe? Yeah. Thought I did this on the way back.
What's the point of being a damn genius if the only ones around to appreciate it are a bunch of spliced up morons? I've cracked the vector. Or at least I'm 99% certain I have.
I think hacking that works. I don't remember.
Gallica confirmed my analysis. Distilled water, a bit of chlorophyll, and enzymes extracted from
Probably wasn't worth.
That's right, sweetheart.
Probably should have saved that for Hephaestus.
Arcadia's a big place, but mostly rural. If you're looking for something in particular, I'd start at the farmer's market.
Got the chlorophylls. When Australia Day is. I mean, Australia's not even real, so. I don't think I need to know what day it is. Goddamn fanatic. I think there's like tons of chlorophyll in here, but
Citizens found in violation.
maybe a Tuesday? A Tuesday? I heard that.
Andrew Ryan asks you a simple question. Are you...
Very confused on. Yeah, it's a little confusing. But the bees.
Why do they wear those masks? Maybe they're the better than the members how they used to be, how they used to look. And they're ashamed.
It's been a while since I've... since I've done this quest line. That one.
yet. If you do,
Ow.
best head to a crafting station. Then head back to Langford's lab and put the whole witch's brew in the mister.
Alright.
That should clear this fog right up.
Ow. More on spamming E? Yeah. This is gamer mentality, just pick up everything you can. We're making pretty good progress through this. So 1 and 2 I should be able to get through fairly easily. In terms of like remembering quests I usually skip. It's really gonna be Infinite that's gonna be figuring stuff out. But Infinite's also pretty linear in nature. So shouldn't be too bad. Eating food out of trash cans, hell yeah. Just a whole bunch of raccoons. Search containers for loot. Whoa, what a tip.
Who is it?
From the sounds of that you invented, I'm guessing you're the proud papa of a brand new laser inspector.
That's where we wait and then we get to pull it, right? Then we'll be cooking with gas.
It seems Julie's death didn't provide a clear enough lesson.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Seal door, seal door, seal door. And now we play the waiting game. See what happens. I mean, you pretty much just use telekinesis on this entire fight for the whole time, but... Try a little proxy mine strat. There's a whole convention of worms in here. Oh, he mad.
Typical behavior for someone with your condition.
For Christ's sake, how long is that damn mixer gonna take to cook?
Oh yeah, yeah, that one. This is one of my favorite things to do in BioShock. It's just juggle a splicer body. How did they just run to that proxy mine? Must be like right where they spawn or something. Whoa, you're halfway there. It's the song, right? What? Wait, that body just disappeared. That was weird. Glitched. My body glitched. I think once they show up, you can go. You don't actually have to kill these guys. It's like on a timer.
What was that? Is the Vector ready?
What was that?
Hit the damn switch.
No glitch run. Yeah, exactly right.
Take a deep breath and enjoy it. Then head over to Rolling Hills and get the bathysphere. Next stop is Ryan's house. It's time.
Ryan's house. Wow, I love Ryan's house. Got so many snacks in it.
Why are you so resistant to the traditional methods of separating a man from his soul? You're not CIA, are you? You belong to Atlas.
Any breathers in chat? I don't think you can ask that.
You're almost there. The spear to Ryan is up on ahead. Ryan's handed the keys to Fort Frolic over to a guy named Sander Cohen. Cohen's an artist, says some. He's a Section 8, says I. I've seen all kinds of cutthroats, freaks, and hard cases in my life. Cohen, he's a real lunatic. Psychopath.
The artist.
That's better. Atlas Ryan. Atlas Ryan. Time-wise, you could get something decent on the radio. The artist has a duty to seduce the ear and delight the spirit. So say goodbye to those two blowhards, and hello to an evening with Sander Cohen. No, I haven't seen a sign of real life down here in months. Let's see if you're just another Johnny-come-lately, or
Another Johnny come lately. That's what they called me in high school.
where did you study? Smell the malt liquor in this. I've waited so long for something tasty to come to this little burg, but all that pass are yokels and rooms. Where are my manners? Come in! Come in!
Whoa, I get to come in?
Fleet Hall. Welcome to Fort Frolic.
Whoa, it's so cool. Oh, button.
Need to thank me for jamming the transmissions of
Take
those
your shoes off at the door. Never.
Atlas and Ryan.
Shoes stay on at all times.
Squabble. The artist, yes, the artist knows there is richer earth to till. For example, I test you, little moth, but for a reason. I test all.
If I was in Rapture, I'd never take off my shoes.
Some
Can you imagine how many plasmid needles are just laying around. Ain't gonna step on that shit. Kidding me? Ain't gonna do it. Stop playing the music. This guy's trying to get me banned.
Come down now, little more. Life, death. The burden of the artist is to capture. And now you've got Fitzpatrick caught in his moment of glory. It seems you've got the eye of the shutterbug, little moth.
That's weird that if you smack the statues, blood comes out. That's really weird.
Commences. Do you see it? When I am dust.
I forgot how much dialogue there is in this game.
What they'll point to.
Just like to talk and talk and talk.
Quad tick. My masterpiece.
My masterpiece.
Don't be afraid. Touch it.
Did I take the package?
And there's Fitzpatrick.
Sure. Let's go talk to my my favorite NPC in the game.
Here's the glorious. This is just the moment of conception. Out in this place, there are 3 men, all former disciples of mine, all connected by a common thread: betrayal. Find them, little moth, and immortalize their mortality in my quantic. Go. Once they've been sent to their reward, you shall go to yours and to right. Allow me to draw back the curtain. I can see your breath.
Oh, we have to get this guy's picture. I didn't know if you could thaw that out first. Interesting. I just like this guy's voice.
Guess the old grape finally sent someone. Son of a bitch. Left me to freeze.
Love me to freeze. So gravelly.
I've got a pose all picked out for you.
This guy's been gargling some rocks. Yeah, the dialogue skips kind of glitched. That just got eliminated. Sheesh. Blast.
Like an expectant mama. Yes. Now put the picture in the frame. Let's see what we've got here.
Whoa.
You coolest messenger boy. I got some of that. A little time with my kid, sugar.
Oh. It's not dead. I really thought the other one was dead. Okay, not proxy mines. I know there's a Strav proxy mines here.
But I think I like it better this way.
I didn't know Fontaine had something
Take
to
his
do with
damn
it.
photo.
What?
Chop, chop.
What are you doing? No, 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 please. I love you. No, no, please, no, no.
Damn.
service around here. Who does he think he is?
He was a love.
Oh. Got all the photos. Really?
She would hard as well. But then they
Can't even jump.
It's coming together.
Whoa, for me? Whoa.
I could never.
What are the prizes over here? Can't you pick like either one of these? Oh, I just need the code. I thought you got like one of those.
What's that look? You don't like it, do you? I don't need to be judged by you.
Wait, to put in the fourth one and then do the fight, or do the fight first?
Screw all you fucking doubters! Here's what I say to all of you!
I think we did. Yeah, we did the fight first. Okay. Oh, do. Gotta love telekinesis. I forgot that these were entirely spider splicers, though. I did forget that. Oh, wait, no, they're not.
I'm sorry.
Good fight.
You'll have to forgive an old fool his artistic temperament. The birth is so close now.
I don't think you actually need to look at the thing it wants you to look at. The picture frame. A box for me? Whoa. And we're out. Alright, Hephaestus should, for the most part, be like the old school 80%, except for planting the bomb. The death warps here should be allowed because they don't skip anything. Just cut out backtracking.
Watch yourself. Ryan's stirring. We best keep to our knitting. It's time to either run the table or go home empty. Ryan's got the genetic key to Rapture. We get that from him and we get out of this hellhole. We don't, then you and I will go. Now would you kindly head to Ryan's office
And kill the son of a bitch.
It's time to finish this.
You can taste it, can't you? Andrew Ryan. I see Cohen's lost his touch, if you knew him well. He used to believe in work, in the struggle. And now, he rots in that.
So the diary pick up. I'm assuming it's just gonna play. It'll be done. We don't have to play for that inventory. I don't think. We'll see.
A worm looks up.
A worm looks up.
But look around. It's a regular convention of worms in here. They all had mothers, fathers, people who loved them. They got married, fucked their wives. What makes you think you're any different? I haven't chosen the spot for you on the wall yet. Let me know if you have a preference.
Okay, yeah, this is the one that needs to play. So if it goes through all the dialogue and hasn't played this one, I was just gonna play from the menu.
That's simple. Now all I gotta do is figure out what the hell a sympathetic overload is, and for that matter, a harmonic chord number
for an electrical engineer. Too bad I designed ladies' shoes.
Yeah, skipping dialogue is a glitch.
Monkeys left alive in heat loss monitoring. See what I can shake out of their trees.
Like all parasites who ever tried to walk in stolen shoes. I'd explain the science that renders what you're trying to do impossible, but that would be like playing Mozart for a tree frog.
Bring him up like the other!
Rapture is coming back to life, even now, catching his breath, returning to her lungs. The shops reopening, the schools humming with the thoughts of young minds. My city will live. My city will thrive.
Nah, frogs don't like anything. You kidding me? You ever seen a frog before? They just hate. All they do is just hate everything.
Basic casing is ready. I've got one charge of nitroglycerin in my office. That will serve as the
He's on the way back then.
Now I need a 4R34 lead shield wire stubs to pass the circuit. Then a half can of ionic gel, that's the pretty Betty of the mix. Should send the core into compensation mode, push power down the line and trigger the circuit breaker on Ryan's gate. Well, that's the area. Work like a charm.
Oh, it's still okay.
Path of rapture. Nothing ventured.
You can run, but we'll find you! We run this place!
Look how long that message was.
You think you can get away?
Ever do 100% runs? No.
Go on! Run away! I'm just... We showed you what...
For the most part, just in speedrunning general, 100% runs don't interest me too much. Like, all collectibles usually is kind of like a fun category, but I don't mess around too much with 100% stuff. There's usually just too much in games to pick up, and it's, like, not really fun. Sometimes, though. It's cool. Alright, I gotta remember how to plant this bomb.
Does it look like it's a real bomb? It better.
I feel like I have to go through a fight to plant this, I don't know.
Past geothermal control. And we'll see if these needle nosers knew what the hell they were talking about.
That's right.
Only going through here. Maybe it's on the other side. I mean, it's pointing me away, but... Oh, okay. This is where I want to be. Right. I didn't even know there was another section to this area.
Retake this corner of Rapture. This happened right after the start of the war. Read about it in the papers. Head on in. Let's see what I can dig up to help. I'm no engineer, but if I read these plans right, you can channel that magma flow using the redirect valve. It'll boil
Magma flow. Whoa.
and you'll be able to reach the core. But Ryan's sure to take notice. Might want to set up a perimeter just to be certain.
Will these creatures kill you? Even I
Let the magma flow.
yourself right along with me. Quite often, when you're dead, Pharaoh said, be careful not to watch me.
could just tank the damage, honestly. Whoa, magma. Bing, bing. Resident Evil playthroughs? Yeah, we'll have to get the 5, 6 and the Revelations at some point. Looking forward to it.
So far away from your family, from your friends, from everything you ever loved. But for some reason, feel something. Can't quite put your finger on it. Think about it for a second. Deep.
I think I can death warp back up top at this point. We just have to leave. I don't think this is skipping anything. It shouldn't be. Like 99.99996% sure. Not too bad. Oh yeah, dialogue. I'm so used to levels ending immediately when I hit doors. Alright, once we get into the Andrew Ryan cutscene, I might try to run and use the bathroom real quick. Gotta make sure I do it on the second part, not the first part. Oh, yep, can't jump over this wall. Almost did it. As long as the children are on glitches, couldn't tell you. Never done one. Literally my first time trying it. I like that sound.
But you will never have my city. My strength is not in steel and fire. That is what the parasites will never understand. A season for all things. A time to live and a time to die. A time to build and a time to destroy.
Woo! Destroy it.
Come now, my child. There is one final thing to discuss.
Whoa! It says the thing. Crazy. So are you always like tilted here? Seems weird. I don't know if I should like on my edge here. Okay. Fix itself, I think. Oh no.
And now he's come to murder me. In the end, what separates a man from a slave? Money? Power? No. A man chooses. A slave obeys. You think you have memories. A farm. A family. An airplane. A crash. And then this place. Was there really a family? Did that airplane crash? Or was it hijacked? Forced down
Forced down by something less than a man, something bred to sleepwalk through life until they are activated by a simple phrase.
I don't know if this could be long enough.
Spoken by their kindly Was a man sent to kill or a slave? A man chooses.
I'm just trying to go. We're gonna like watch the intro for 2.
Slave obeys. Come in. Stop, would you kindly? Would you kindly?
I'm gonna try. Might lose some time for this, but hey.
Familiar phrase? Sit, would you kindly? Stand, would you kindly? Run! Stop! Turn. A man chooses. A slave obeys. Kill! A man chooses. A slave obeys. Obey!
Hurry now! Grab Ryan's genetic key! Now would you kindly put it in that goddamn...
Oh man, back just in time. Woo!
Nice work!
Boy, oh. It's a long laugh. Ha, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ha, 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 ha.
There ain't no Atlas kid. Never was.
Whoa. Tell me he was Frank Fontaine this whole time? Wow. I didn't see it coming.
I was even a Chinaman for 6 months. But you've been a sport. So I guess I owe you a little honesty. The name's Frank Fontaine.
Well, now it looks like an eyeball.
I gotta say, I had a lot of business partners in my
I gotta say.
Of course, the fact that you were genetically conditioned to bark like a cocker spaniel when I said, would you kindly, might have had something to do with it. But still, now as soon as that machine finishes processing the genetic key you just fished off,
Nah, I do not remember these messages being this long. Man, I know we skipped them in like 2 seconds in any percent, but I guess it is the big moment of the game where it's like, oh wow, the twist.
don't forget to say hi to Ryan for me.
Watch out, mister!
The only real tricky part to get through now is Proving Grounds. Not Proving Grounds, Point Prometheus. Olympus Apollo is pretty fast. Proving Grounds is essentially the same, and in Fontaine. We might be able to get out of this before 1:30, which would be pretty cool.
Now you know the truth. You are his tool, brought back to Rapture to save him.
That's mine.
Many of my little ones.
Maybe.
I owe you a debt.
My wall's already full. What the fuck?
I undo some of Fontaine's mental conditioning. His control is no longer complete.
2 blues.
Some very unpleasant strings. We made your mind with many locks and keys. Fontaine has most of those keys, but not all.
Like stealing candy from a little girl.
Designed your mind, taught Fontaine to control you.
Everyone knows candy's sweeter when you steal it.
Suchong's flat in Mercury.
Come with me.
With Tenenbaum, huh, kid? She's a regular mother goose. Alright, fun's fun, kid. But now, go get stepped on by a big daddy. Would you kindly? Huh? I says, would you kindly?
Would you kindly? What a nice guy. He's always asking me to do stuff kindly.
Seems like Mother Goose has been playing around in your egg salad.
Not my egg salad.
I got others. Code Yellow. I just told your brain to tell your heart to stop beating. Not right off the bat, mind you. The heart's a stubborn muscle, but it ain't that stubborn. That Tenenbaum ain't what you think.
How many messages do we have to listen to? It's gonna be the question for this. Oh, Big Daddy, please.
I've seen good bunco, and I've seen great bunco. But when you walk through Rapture and World War II without even a scratch, you got more than leprechauns watching over you.
Once you are free of Fontaine's control,
We might have to sit here at the lot 192 for a while.
They could save one life to save the world entire. I need a place.
Oh, I miss seeing the polar bear statue.
This is you who are their savior. Will you stop here? Or will you deliver them from this terrible city at long last?
I'm gonna miss this.
So we might have to wait here for a while.
Rapture was a candy store for a guy like me.
Oh.
Guys
Why'd I get bumped up?
who knew it all, dames who thought they'd seen it all. Give me a smart mark over a dumb one every time.
Fontaine to become some kind of boogeyman in Rapture. That myth gives him power. But peel back flim flam and a humbug, he's just another
flim
con
flam.
man. And like all con men, he worries he'll end up on the wrong side of grift. That's why he commissioned the Lot 192. The antidote to the mental control plasmid. Fontaine said I better not tell anybody about the antidote. Not even Tenenbaum. And Suchong is inclined to listen.
Now hold there for a moment. There is that drug again. Did we not see that at Fontaine's flat? We'll find some.
Like jazz music? Not really. Can't say I'm a big fan.
Yes, the compound is taking off. The effects of the mental suggestion are now gone, but there will certainly be signs.
It's been a long time since I've walked back through here.
Good.
I mean, it's been a long time since I've done this quest line, but it's been a long time since I've walked back through the quest
No
line.
doubt there will be more of this lot 190.
It used to be you'd grab lot 192 and then warp to Apollo. So doing this walk back. It's not too long though.
I shit bigger than you!
That's a thing to say. Splicers always have something new to say. I don't know how. Alright. Apollo's pretty fast. Well, I don't think Apollo, you have to rely on any dialogue at all. I think you just go grab lot 192 and leave. It's a heck of a sound effect.
Yeah! Report me! Fuck!
I'm pretty sure I'm allowed to warp out of this spot too. Electrobolt 3, oh wow. Yo, Scythe, what's going on? I mean, the run so far is going alright. You know, as well as a glitchless run can. It's a death warp that doesn't skip any content, just some walking, so I believe it to be allowed. Right, you're gonna eat pizza tonight too late. No. It's like the saddest sentence I've ever seen. Do you handle a game crashing mid-run? I mean, if it did happen, I'd just pause the timer, boot it back up, and go. But luckily, I've gotten my games to a point where they don't crash. Or it's very unlikely if they crash on me now. Usually I only run into crashes with BioShock 1 and 2 if I do a lot of save loading. Like if I really fuck up a trick, then sometimes it'll happen, but... I crashed on you? Well, what graphic settings are you playing on?
What is this you wait for? Go and get this idiot!
So if you're playing on anything medium, yeah, turn it down to low and see if it happens still. It really sucks playing on low graphics, but I find that makes it not crash.
I don't even want to see him walking!
For whatever reason. Last chance? I mean, we don't get to do this trick, so...
Last chance, kid! You hack it in!
Goes load. I play everything in windowed if I can.
And Rapture's a fish tank!
Window or borderless window. Where am I going? I don't remember where to go here, to be honest. I don't remember this quest line too well. This doesn't seem right. Where the hell am I? Well, let's not be in here. Oh, okay, we have to search a corpse first. This is like right by the thing, isn't it? Yeah.
The suit control system. So good, get it. And this step one is turning you.
I've always had trouble trying to remember Point Prometheus. Yeah, there's very few games I play in full screen. I don't have to wait for dialogue anyways, so.
DC is not like putting on aftershave.
Yo, a nice health and Eve packs.
Applications of this stuff, and then the little ones will be drawn to you.
I know we need to get to like.
You will have to gather 3 pheromones here, so that you smell.
Yeah, back here.
Just like.
Yeah. Here for the slow running. No, we're going so fast. Can't you see?
Where you be finding the voice box to have.
It's bad sound design. I mean, I could see it. There's cases to be made either way.
One down, 2 steps to go. Now, you need only to be finding the bodysuit and the pheromones from the other lab. What you wait for? Engraved invitation.
You push me too far, kid. When you're cold,
Yeah, I mean, some games definitely don't like you playing in windowed, but if I ever have to, there's like certain programs you can use to force it windowed mode in that case.
I can only be glad I am nowhere near you and that awful stink. Why the little ones are drawn to the smell of those pheromones is beyond anything I can understand. Look at you. We will make Big Daddy out of you yet, I think. There is only one piece.
Splicers should also talk less? No, they should talk more. They have some great quotes. Oh. I kind of forgot how to play this game. Call the cops on me?
Here is where they built their filthy skull of Frankenstein. Find the pieces of the suit. Guide the little ones.
has Mother Goose really got it?
No. Can't see anything anymore. So we have to get the boots too, right? I think.
Yeah, it makes a good start. Now you go to find a bodysuit and a pair of boots.
Yeah, we need a pair of boots.
This is where you.
Where are my super boots?
Ah, look at you. You look just the same as those. What's it? Now the boots.
Look around you. There's nothing to see. Rapture's a mausoleum, a goddamn cemetery funhouse. And you and the crowd is just ghosts. Just a matter of time till you realize.
The boots. I was sure the boots would be here. Oh, shit.
Oh, can she say that?
Damn it. I think Daddy boots need to be shipped here.
Oh, the library. I know where that is. Okay.
What kind of idiot is just Ryan hiring nowadays? These kind of
How do I get out of here? Actually, how do I get out of here? Where am I? Oh, okay. I got it. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, we're going there. It's going in circles. Hey. What's wrong with circles, huh? Ha ha ha.
Are you ready?
Oh, then we have to airbend. Yep. Colonel Mustard in the library with the lead pipe.
You need to bring them out of
Squares are better, more linear.
you in the door. Go on, hit the vent with your wrench.
Hurry, Mr. Bubbles, hurry.
Und bitte. Would mean very much to me if you will be gentle with the girl. Mein kleines Mädchen.
Yeah, freeze those doors. Oh, this needs came out of nowhere. Oh, do you start with the little sister here?
The little ones will leave you with okay.
Oh.
But you must protect them.
I don't remember that being a thing. Oh, and with the boots, you stomp around more. Stomp, 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 stomp. It's weird that the game, like, gives you the helmet if you skip that level, but it doesn't give you the boots. Yeah. I'm just so used to having to get the little sister out of the air vent there. Stomp, 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 stomp. I like how we had like the Big Daddy suit on and everything, but then he still has his sweater just sticking out. I just want to see a Big Daddy in a sweater now. That'd be pretty adorable. I'm locked the whole time, Jesus Christ. It'd be so slow. Can you keep walking? Jesus. I don't know if because I brought her through the level instead of getting her from the air vent if it's different. Make her run. The start. Big Daddy and a Snuggie. I might get in the way of the drill, but...
Even though they are physically free of the together, John's mental conditioning still holds them to their terrible past. Of sins such as this, they can never atone.
It was pretty angel
Yeah, it's all kind of still. It still feels like it's cheating, like it's a glitch. It's not. It's just that broken. Stomp, 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 stomp. Why are these bodies turning into lockboxes in my hands? I don't understand. It's like never been a thing. Game got patched. That's not gonna hit anybody.
Time to go, Mr. B. Hurry, hurry, Mr. Bubbles.
Stomp, 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 stomp.
This angel looks like it's dancing. Hurry, Mr. B. Angel dancing in the sky. Hop, hop, Mr. B. No time to wait.
Stomp, 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 stomp.
Don't be a slowpoke, Mr. B.
Oh, is that not gonna open because I killed the turret already? Oh. When you don't break this game, it acts really weirdly. Oh, yeah, definitely not meant to be played casually for sure.
Time to go, Mr. B.
I mean, who puts an escort mission in their game if they want it to be played casually? Doesn't make any sense. That you don't want to hear that when you're playing the game?
Hurry! The hopping thing will draw the attention of this fighter.
Make it stop.
Don't be a slowpoke, Mr. B.
The stomping around is something I do not miss from doing runs. Oh boy.
Hurry, Mr. Bubbles. Don't be a slowpoke, Mr. B.
I fucked that up. I really messed it up.
Hop, hop, Mr. B. No time to wait.
Better for the girl to be with you. Better.
Is that one splicer line again? If it's the one I'm thinking of, I'm not gonna repeat it.
Hurry, Mr. Bubbles.
This is a family-friendly Christian stream, I'll have you know.
Hurry, Mr. B.
That's why we're not using glitches.
Dancing in the sky.
So we all know glitches are the work of the devil.
Spontaneous nearby.
Oh, you don't have proxy mines? Really? That's kind of awkward.
Fontaine waits above. There will be no going back from here. Make
Adam Smith said, who the fuck is Adam Smith? I think he just made that name up. It's the most fake sounding name I've ever heard.
Remember when me and the crowd put you in that sub? You were no more than 2. You were my ace in the hole. but you were also the closest thing I ever had to a son. And that's why this hurts. Betrayal, kid. Life ain't strictly business.
We'll watch this. We're watching all the other cutscenes. Might as well watch the outro.
What you had, that was something I dreamed up. And a tattoo
Dude, inside your head.
Now, if you don't call that family, I don't know what is. And now,
I know I have some glitchless PB for BioShock 1 because I've done it before by itself. I don't know where 137 stacks up, but no, not too bad. Good start. BioShock 1 was just not relying on muscle memory to get through the game and do glitches. 2 should be fairly straightforward, and then Infinite's gonna be just remembering where to go. Or figuring out where to go.
They offered you this city.
So, I don't know anything about Factory in Infinite. And Thor showed up. Oh my god.
And you refused it. And what did you do instead? What I've come to expect of you. You saved them. You gave them the one thing that was stolen from them. A chance. A chance to learn. To find love. To live. And in the end, what was your reward?
A PB.
You never said. But I think I know. A family.
Whoa. BioShock 2. A Vin Diesel. Sheesh. One tank of gas? Nice. Alright, you know what? Screw it. We'll watch this cutscene too. Just watch all the cutscenes. That's what the people want. $1958. Whoa, look at them graphics. Still a thing? Yes. The Hill Runner's hat.
Look, Daddy, it's you.
No.
Let's go out to play, Daddy.
Whoa, look at me.
us, Daddy. This way.
Whoa.
Come with us, little girl.
You want some, big guy? Bigger they are, harder they are! Get out of here, freak!
Freak. Why is this the only splicer that ever actually uses plasmids?
He's perfectly safe now. This is not your daughter. Do you understand? Her name is Eleanor, and she is mine. Now, kneel, please. Remove your helmet.
We're in the whole series for you. Welcome to the truth.
Now, take the pistol. Place
I've opened your eyes. You can see reality.
fire.
Well, she didn't say pull the trigger, she said fire, so I should have used incinerate, right? This cutscene makes no sense. 10 years later. Wow. That means it's 1968. Which is like 1 year from being nice. Gotta get ready on the timer. Also, we kind of talked about it in BioShock 1, but the graphics are going to look real Play-Doh just because of crashing issues. Playing on low tends to work to prevent crashes. Medium or high graphics tend to be pretty consistent, so it'll look pretty bad. But, you know, nice graphics are a glitch, so can't use them anyways. Forced to habit picking that up. Can't use it. Don't need it. Father.
Daddy was sleeping for such a long time, and Eleanor has missed you. Find her and you'll be all better.
Yoink.
Daddy!
Stop trying to speak through me, Lord. You know I am not supposed to know. You're no Messiah.
Do you think the FOV on this game matters? No. I mean, FOV on any game really doesn't matter. I prefer a higher FOV, but
Bringing this dead city to life.
I've done enough runs of BioShock 1 and 2. I don't really mind too much.
And I am in much need of your help. Please, find me in the Atlantic Express train station.
Think of me not as leader, but as mother to the Rapture family.
Like, you can through, like, binding a key set higher FOVs, but you have to do it every time you load into a stage, which I find more annoying than anything.
Daddy, Big Sister doesn't want you playing with me.
The fake rivet gun. What are you talking about, fake? This ain't fake. It's the real deal. The real steel. Yeah, beat him up, beat him up. Wombo combo. Happy feet. That ain't Falco.
This is Dr. Sophia Lab with a message for the people. Remember, Big Sister is always watching. To steal Adam is to steal
Whoa.
your family.
In that suit, even the ocean cannot harm you. This is good. But rapture is the death of many great men. Alone, you will not last long. You can still reach the train station. Find me there.
Man, the great news about doing this this run is I'm getting at least 3 PBs. I doubt I got a BioShock 1 PB for glitchless, but I don't think I've ever done a 2 or infinite run. And I've definitely not done all 3 together, so getting at least 3 free PBs for the night. It's pretty cool. Considering it took me like 2 months to get a PB in 90% for BioShock 1. If you guys did miss the sub 30 run I got like Tuesday or something, it is up on YouTube. Took a while to get up because of copyright stuff, but you want to go watch the 2941, I think it was. It's my most recent video. E-brake fault for an OP. What you talk about? I've never peed a day in my life.
Ah, Herr Delta. You are
Feels weird not doing the diary skip here, but I don't miss doing it.
to the ticket booth, and I will offer what I know of you.
Like it's a cool trick being able to skip all the audio for an entire level, but it's also annoying to do. Like having to do a frame perfect trick.
Now, most who survive are like this. Splicers.
Splicers.
Addicts. Vicious animals.
So this level in Ryan's Amusement should be essentially the exact same as they're on the run, just with a little bit more waiting around. Bobber's job's not too different. We just have to go actually track down the brute. Siren's Alley's pretty much the same.
I know you.
Let me just do like old school strats for the rest.
Marks you a dead man. 10 years, Subject Delta, since I watched you put a gun to your head and pull the trigger. But take heart. Out of your pain, paradise was born. I don't know how you survived, but your suffering is over now. These men will ease your burden. Please understand.
Ease your burden.
All I have done, this is an act of love.
Oh, that's so sweet.
It is Sophia Lamb. She has found you.
Free XP. Oh my god, it's double XP weekend?
Now you know of the enemy we share, Sophia Lamb. The camera in your helmet allows me to watch through your eyes and help you to fight her.
Oh, there's a camera in the helmet? That's lore I'd never do.
Careful, security cameras belong
I'll
to
be honest with you.
But if you are clever, they can be made to serve you.
I'm downloading the lore.
Eleanor,
Be a lore master after this.
I can feel it. Mother won't be able to toy with you like that ever again. This plasmid is for you. If I'm right, you can use it now. Please, find me.
Just walking around with a GoPro strapped to my head.
He's up topside now. I won't.
Sophia Lamb
Yo,
is
those
using
ammo
the
top.
splicers against you. Most big daddies are like her slaves, guarding the little ones. But someone has awakened you.
I know of your bond with Eleanor Delta. To save
Eleanor.
yourself, you will come for her. But Eleanor has a destiny, one you cannot share. There is no place for you in paradise.
Quickly, head for the elevator. Now, here is what the children tell me. You are a very old Big Daddy, bonded for life to a single little one. When you are apart for too long, your body begins to shut down like a coma. As long as the girl is in the rapture, you are trapped here as well. The name of your little one is Eleanor Lamb, daughter of Sophia. She is kept at Fontaine Futuristics on the other side of the city. You must go there and save her before it is too late.
I mean, I've been playing this game for like 9 years. Been around the block a couple times, you know? Just a couple times.
You see? This is why I must fight Sophia Lamb. She is using the new little ones for something. And I have returned to rescue them. If I do not, more children will die for my sins. And the rapture nightmare, it will repeat forever. Now, we must talk.
Citizens of Rapture, this is Subject Delta. Behind
Whoa, I'm on TV.
hides an enemy of the people, without soul or sympathy. It is a beast apart, and as family, we must tear out its jaw and drive it back into the sea.
Lamb will take this place apart to find you. Please hold back the splicers until we escape.
Just come out!
I kind of messed that up, but it works.
Thank you. Now I must leave you, and I am sorry for this. But There are others I must help before the city drowns. This man Sinclair, he is an ally, and will guide you to Eleanor. Goodbye, Herr Delta. And good luck.
Well, look at you. A bona fide knight in armor, complete with iron horse. The name's Augustus Sinclair Sport, Esquire. Old Tannenbaum and I share an interest in the old Fontaine building, the very same place you'll find Eleanor Lamb. I think you and I can do business. Take the train to Ryan Amusements. I'll see you shortly.
Augustus Sinclair. Alright, I don't think I can do the death warp after the escort mission. But I think that technically skips content.
Unless you're aiming to dash yourself against that glacier up ahead.
So I think we have to walk back after that point. It's the only thing different about this one.
As you can see, Chief, the station here's iced over. To reach Eleanor Lamb at Fontaine headquarters, we'll have to clear the way. Now, in order to melt that ice, you'll need a plasmid, like a handful of hellfire. We used to sell a fine old product called Incinerate.
Whoa, never heard of it.
Go on and find a way in. I've already been on all the rides. You're a rare old model, son. Alpha series, I believe. Now, Rapture's full of scientific wonderments just like you. And if we can sell them to the world at my price, well, curing your condition ought to be a cakewalk.
I got a golden ticket.
Once we find Eleanor, the sky's the limit. Jam dandy. That'll get you in the park. But buy an incinerator.
What does it even do?
It's a
Oh
sort
no.
of genetic
Wonder.
goo that lets you rewrite whatever God gave you. The Little Sisters carry the stuff, as you may recall, so you'll need to locate one. I heard whispering near the El Dorado Lounge. Have a look.
Get my free sports boosts.
Enjoy the
Until you arrive, Father, I'm trapped here.
They'll know me back out.
These gifts out is the most I can do to help.
Now that Big Daddy won't bite until you do. But to get to Lil Sis, you gotta put the old boy down for good. Take a breath, son. You did it. Now, just let her ride on your shoulders and she'll trust you like her own daddy.
Whoa, she will? She's very trusting. I just killed her big daddy and it's like, yep, you're mine now.
We're in business. Now, there are corpses all over Rapture, and little Dimples there can sniff out
Little
the
Dimples.
atom on 'em. Find one. She's got a juicy one, but when she starts draining out the atom,
Okay,
the
wait.
splicers will come running. Be ready before you set her down on that body.
I don't feel like the trick here is a glitch, but I did see it was listed as something you can't do on the leaderboard, so let's kill him. It's not really a big deal.
That you expire here. One more forgotten curio in Ryan's shrine to the self.
I've forgotten Cheerio.
Here they come. Keep the splicers off her now till she's finished, or they'll never give up the hunt.
They'll never give up the hunt.
are we gonna be together again?
Now you know the stakes, son. But a plasmid costs a bit more
steak.
atom yet. Keep it up.
On the surface, the farmer tills the soil, trading the strength of his arm for a whole land. Parasites say no.
Alright.
I do not hate you, Delta. Indeed, I care for you in equal measure to any other sentient creature. But I cannot sacrifice 1,000 of my children.
Steak and potatoes, the 1-2 punch? Hell yeah. It's a 1-2 punch I can get behind. Normal? Nah, it's easy. No reason to run on normal. Just look at this view you get, though. Beautiful. Why is my turret not attacking this guy? Come on. Dude, this turret sucks. What the fuck?
All right, Chief, we've almost got enough atom now. To get the rest, you'll have to take care of that little sister. It should be one of the air vents they favor in the workshop. Bring her down there.
On the surface, the scientist invests. The artist strives to frame his ideals in an image.
A simple tete-a-tete to share our views.
Now, Tannenbaum would have you turn that sister human again. You'll get just enough atom for our purposes, and the girls are likely to try to repay you somehow. But Rapture's a high-stakes town, son, and she is a jackpot. You just have to be willing to take it all. You'll harvest more atom than the price of one plasmid, so
The actual speedrun strat's the harvest, but
down here,
I don't really need the extra atom for stuff this time, so fuck it. Best ragdoll physics, so it's great when you can just use telekinesis on a body. It's one of my favorite things to do. It's just like, juggle
head to the
a body.
future and splice up with incinerate.
My home.
On the surface, your parents sort of pride
On the surface.
using their great talents to twist the lies of church and government, believing themselves masters of the system.
She's prettier now. I'll find you. Come on, choppers! Tear this place down!
Oh, it's definitely got the best gameplay for sure.
I hear heavens! My mother's pearls!
You bastard pile of junk! Broke it, didn't you, Edna? Everything you touched turns...
My hand!
Slay!
Spooky. So spooky.
So, you would drain the people of their life's blood. Rapture is a body, Delta. I am the voice, and Big Sister is the hand. When Rapture speaks of you,
What does that even mean?
only this. Sleep now. Your day
is done.
Power prone gun? There's something you can do. I honestly like never use that gun, so I don't really remember doing that, but now you mention it, yeah. It is pretty fun to stick splashers to the wall. I know it's a thing in Fear as well, isn't it? Like the nail gun. I think.
Holy
You can do it in a couple different games. It's always fun.
Even a big sister can keep you down. Well, come on back and melt the ice and we can say goodbye to this 2-bit carny ride.
Dead Space. I only ever used the plasma cutter thing in Dead Space.
Outstanding sport. You're proven to be quite a windfall. Now just open the train tunnel from the security booth there, and I'll come out and jump on.
Getting through.
No one. They're just gonna scratch it.
I like to look a man in the eye when I give him my word. You and me, kid, we're going places.
Whoa, where are we going? Disney World?
I had thought you some golem of Sinclair's, brought here to hold Rapture's arms while he rifles through her pockets. But no, you are aware of your plight. Who, I wonder?
Taking the midnight train, going anywhere?
On a man with
Just a city boy? Born and raised in South Detroit?
Waiting for us. Come out shooting and start the train.
Manchu Zhang's lab. It doesn't quite have the same ring to it, but. Stop the needle in a blue. Ah, I didn't get to read that. Sure, that was some very hot gameplay tip I could have learned right there. Alright, we are not allowed to freeze the brute early. We gotta go chase him down. Because of that, I think it's smart to go to the apartments first. If I remember correctly.
Suspended until he is found. Remember, the enemy is alone.
And runs because you're getting drill dash right away. You can skip the dialogue, but
Lab's trying to box us in, kid. This is
I think it's smart to go to the thing over here first.
To keep the train moving, you need the security override key from the local governor, Grace Holloway. She kicked me out of my own hotel down here, the Sinclair Deluxe. Find her and get that key.
I remember you, monster. You stole Eleanor from me.
Piss off and die.
Twisted that big girl into a thing so sick it can't even die. And now you come swanning into my neighborhood looking for me. Wrong turn, Tin Daddy. When we hang you from a street light and you choking out your last.
Choking out your last.
I want you to remember my face.
Just want to get Winter Blast for later. Winter Blast 3 and grenade launchers, really good late game.
I guess Gracie's home, but that big lug just dropped half my damn hotel in your way. Now to break through that mess, I expect you're gonna have to work out how he got so burly. Find yourself a genetic research camera, son. You can pick up any number of tricks from a splicer with one of those. Try the pawn shop downtown. That thing's a miracle in Technicolor, kid. Works like a movie camera. Start the film rolling before you open fire on a splicer, and then anything you hit him with tells you more about.
He's okay. I was gonna say he should be running away.
Camera spits out a prize once in a while as you.
I thought he was always gone at that point.
Now find one of those big old brutes and take him out on film. Before long, you'll be able to brush aside that mess at the hotel.
The glitch. Oh my god.
Camera's a bit like telling a joke. Each time you tell it the same way, it gets a little more stale, so you gotta change it up to keep it fresh. There's one of those big goons now. Start your camera rolling on him, and then let him have it.
I think I'm allowed to that work back, but the only death warping here skips any content. Just walking. You have died. Oh my goodness, I have. Whoa.
Look at you, sport. A regular junior shutterbug. And it appears you've picked up a new trick from that big galoot. Now get back to the Sinclair Deluxe and just bust through that mess blocking your way.
Where'd you go, lover boy?
Just rev up that drill of yours and slam right through that pile of junk blocking your way. Now Gracie was on the top floor. Get on up there.
God, that's just so good.
Her to give you that override key.
Into the hotel family. He wants me so he can get to Eleanor. Tin Daddy feels no guilt. Tin Daddy feels no pain. But we are the family and we can teach him how.
Oh, you got in the way. Classic splicer.
Gracie's room is just up ahead. Now, she's been sending all manner of unkindness your way, so I'm not particular as to how you take that key away from her, but she's old, and this grudge
She's old.
based on a misunderstanding.
And you, because there's no way the family will let you stroll
I love that line.
with that key.
I don't care how you take it away from her, but she is old.
I know what you're here for. Go on, take it. I won't have you touching me. Dr. Lamb trusted me to care for her child. And I tried. But baby Eleanor disappeared. And then one day, I see her walking with you. Looking wrong.
Looking wrong.
And when I tried to hold her, you knocked me down.
Broke my jaw.
So I'm ready, baby.
They broke my jaw.
Come on in and finish the job.
Your call, friend. Gracie's unarmed, for what it's worth.
Goddamn baby snatchers.
You're a bigger man than I am, Chief. Maybe next time she'll think twice about pointing fingers before all the facts are in.
Oh, don't kill me.
On our way. Eleanor's waiting.
You had me under a gun, and you just walk away.
Yo, it's Toaster with the 5 months. The hot primer. Oh my god, thank you, thank you.
A thinking man does that.
You're seeing? I don't know. What are you seeing? What do you think you're
I
seeing?
know that Dr. Lamb is no liar, but she's got to be wrong about you. Doesn't seem right now, letting you walk into that bushwhack waiting outside. I can't call off the family.
I'm curious if the message load bugs out here or not. Sirens Alley has a real problem with audio diaries. Well, it's not on screen, so maybe... Ah, interesting.
Hear me, O ye who would murder the Lamb of God. Ye shall never...
I don't know what it is about the speedrun route through poppers that breaks the audio there. It's really interesting.
Kid, come on, wake up now. There you are. I thought you rode that torpedo into the great hereafter. I'm in Dionysus Park now. Train cars are shambles, leaking air. Whole damn place is flooded and sealed. But there's a pumping station
Bill's cousin
back
from
there
King
on
of the Hill.
Siren Alley, and I believe you could
I never really watched King of the Hill.
drain the park out.
I know like the memes from it, but
Stroll right
never like
inside.
really
Get
watched
to
it.
those pumps and hurry.
So I will take your word on it.
I see Father Wales has parted you from your craft, and yet you cling to life. Congratulations. Today, Delta, you meet a man who has no fear of death, and for Eleanor, he would burn with a smile.
The beast of Ryan lives!
I think Mother knows I'm helping you like this. She's accelerating my treat.
Mother of mercy, I think that was Simon Wales. What's he? They've cut the power on you. You're stuck till the backups kick in. I'll help you hold them back. Check the pneumo.
Your sin itself marches to meet you, beast. And its name is Legion.
Alright, we're not allowed to go do the brute strat, so we gotta wait on him. Who's screaming?
Eleanor Lamb is our salvation, demon. You shall not rob us of our final reward.
I don't know if I'm allowed. I don't think I'm allowed to actually get to the platform at all. I don't have to wait for him to come out, but one said even bans just jumping across there. How did the alarm not go off there? That's actually crazy.
Attaboy, sport. I think you're closing in on Simon's underground temple. Now get down to pumping station number 5 and drain out the park here. Oxygen's run thin in this train car, and I'd sure hate to see our partnership cut short.
Ask yourself, Delta, you who have suffered beyond measure at the hands of men like Ryan, what is the cost of paradise? To end pain, to end sin, what must we pay? Eleanor is my answer.
Got my movement speed increase. Oh, I don't know. I took another picture of him. So can't death warp out of here. Gotta wait.
One thing though, once you transfer the suction to
Let's
Dionysus,
run out the normal way.
we've got a tiny window of opportunity to get you inside.
I think technically I could death warp as soon as it opened.
Sure you're ready before
Get up a little bit faster.
Do you think me a tyrant, Delta?
I don't know exactly when it unlocks, so I don't want
Of a dead
to deal with it.
dream. The city is nothing. Rapture must die.
So on Spider Splicers you get, for the 4 tiers, you get movement speed increase, then you get health for harvesting in their organs or something like that. If I remember right. Then the third one's the second thing of movement increase. And the fourth one's Fountain of Youth, which heals you if you're in water or something like that. Which we don't really need that one at all.
This howling, brutish slog through the dark. This is who we are.
Get out of there, kid!
The brute is melee damage increase. Like once we have access to like Winter Blast 3 and a whole bunch of grenades, that kind of becomes the go-to at the end of the game. But until then, Electrobolt with a good drill is the way to go. So spooky. I gotta remember how to get through this. It's been a minute.
Dionysus Park was owned by Sophia Lamb, Chief. Sort of a private retreat for her social experiments. One night it flooded, killing all her guests. Papers said it was cult-related. Come on up to the train station. Let's rendezvous.
Attention! Subject Delta has drained and infiltrated Dionysus Park. His death is our rebirth. The life of the People's Daughter is in your hands.
Whee!
Oh my, yes. If you enjoy slime and muck, it's utterly divine.
Well, the good news is I've located a new train car, but the station's still locked down and we're not alone in here. I see a shadow in the security booth. I'll lay low while you have a gander.
Well, you have a gander. You guys just ever gander before?
Dionysus Park was my home, Delta.
I'm a real gandering Gary.
In social unity, cut short by human folly. You dishonor its memory with every step.
Now that, see, Lamb knows you're here, but I'm incognito. Thing is, since you drained out the park, the little sisters are already starting to nose around.
I think I'd be fine to death warp back at this point.
Okay, so dead men tell no tales, right?
I think we'll see.
See, with Adam involved, every stiff.
I don't know if I need to be there when the dialogue's going or not.
Read it. If that stuff makes it back to her, I'm an obituary. So, I want you to take the story of Dionysus Park and bury it. Get rid of the little sisters for me. your way. Do that, and I'll unlock the station here. Scout's honor.
Okay.
Well, I'd say he's hiding something, but he sort of took the fun out of that one. He's locked in the security booth, however, so we'll have to play along. Find those sisters.
All right, there's one. Clobber the big palooka and grab the sister.
Oh, posture check. Good call, good call, good call.
Smart. See? You put it to work, and all that Adam ends up in you. But you're sort of a silent.
We'll just rescue all of them.
So that's tops with me.
Don't really need the Adam for spicy stuff. The amount of Adam you have is really important for the old route of the 80% run.
Memories from all the bodies here. Normally,
For this, no.
only a little sister can see them, but I can show you what Stanley's trying to hide. When Mother was taken away, Stanley was left in charge of Dionysus Park. He spent all her money through these mad parties. It was like he was trying to ruin her.
What a guy.
You okay there? Keep your eye on the brass ring, brother. Find the rest of the sisters.
You mistake my nature, Delta. I wish no Adam for myself. Eleanor is the dream, and she needs neither weapons nor
I don't think I need more research at this point.
There she is. Get her. I hope that bodyguard ain't one of your long losts. Subject Delta's just a serial number, amigo. I did a lot of digging on you for a feature once. They used to call you Johnny Topside. Found the city all on your own in a diving bell. Real shame what they did to you.
Yeah, that's the first. Well, you get drill damage off the brute, and then you just get like flat damage against them. There might be more drill damage though, possibly. Either way, it's not gonna matter. Like after this, we kind of switch to other weapons. Sick drill dash.
That's me there. I confronted Stanley. Said I'd tell Mother what he had done. He panicked. Took me away and sold me to an orphanage. I tried to fight back. I remember biting his hand.
And the big guy with the drill? Interesting.
Father, he's the reason I was turned into a little sister.
Bum 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 bum. Lore. Bet you guys didn't know that lore. Bet you didn't even know there's lore in this game.
Delta, the finest minds of paradise in a single sublime mosaic. Eleanor. Consider the genius you deny her with every stolen drop.
Gasp. I know.
You
Shocking.
were just a deep-sea explorer with iron cojones, pal. The public gave it a nickname, but Ryan was sure you were a spook, so his people locked you up. Erased your damn name. Goodbye, Johnny Topside. Hello, Subject Delta.
Through Adam, Eleanor will become the daughter of the people. A true utopian. Brilliant beyond measure, but utterly selfless.
Where's she at?
As she ascends, Delta, you and I will seem as dogs, circling and snarling amid the
Oh yeah, we can't pick her up because of the...
There she is.
It's the dialogue's going on. I forgot.
Pictures. Real cute.
For this, it doesn't matter.
Muscle and deal with
These plasmids just don't really matter. The old any % route would harvest them, since it's just faster. Just to save them, you have to pick them up and then take them to an air vent. Whereas harvesting, you can just harvest them right where they are.
Bended knee, holding a bouquet made of money.
But we're going for the good ending today. Why not? The new 80% route just doesn't even have to do this part. I think there's a air vent in the theater. Organs. Nah. I only use the premium first aid kits, you know? Like that one that just flew away from me.
With me gone, Father, Stanley just let Mother's followers turn into animals. When word came that she was returning, he knew they would blame him. So he found a way to silence them all. And now he's trying to cover it up.
Whoa, what a guy.
That's it. Now all that old dirt stays underground, and Lamb will be none the wiser. Hey, come on back. I've unlocked the train for you. But remember, if Lamb catches you, mum's the word.
Subject Delta. I have known for years of Stanley's betrayal here, and had forgiven him. But in compromising Mother now, he seals his fate. You see, it was Stanley who turned you into Ryan.
Whoa, the plot twist.
The security booth is open now. You may have your revenge.
Oh. Can you stop doing damage? Thank you.
Lamb knew? And she just let me
Platform.
hang myself out.
You're asking like what platform I'm playing on? If so, PC. Play everything on PC.
The train's ready. Just let me live.
Just let me live. MP. It's cool. Don't really need it. Like, even the research I do have is not really needed at all, to be honest. It's kind of grabbing it because I'm there.
This is it, Chief. End of the line. If I'm right, Eleanor's mama's using Adam to force all Rapture's minds and memories into the poor girl.
Did I just replace what I had?
Reckons it'll make that child a saint. Now, Eleanor's in a deep, dark place beneath Fontaine headquarters, and to keep you alive, we need to sneak in and find her.
October 9th, 1966.
Oh man, I gotta go through this and I don't have to do the out of bounds or the diary setup skip. Oh my god, that's great.
By the time you hear this, I will be clinically insane. I am recording these diaries in advance as a last-ditch effort to assist anyone I might threaten in.
Yo, he's interesting at least.
My next message.
Can't say I like him,
beyond the
but
security checkpoint. The
I think he's cooler than Stanley, the character.
Gil Alexander.
The buttons after the fight.
Thank you for coming.
I feel like I'm just missing a lot of trap rivets that I would usually have in runs.
Hell, that has to be Gil Alexander, same man who left that message we're following. He sounds mad as a March hare now.
Mad as a March hare. What does that even mean?
Initiating bioscan. Identifying clearance level. Identified clinical trial subject. Classification. Protector. Designation. Delta. Status. Deceased. Error.
I should have waited to put this down. 'Cause, the robot version of Gil can set those off. Alright, we're good. We're good. Fine product. Yes. The old bonk job.
Designation. Delta. Status of
Breeding season? Could be.
status.
Still a weird phrase.
Access granted.
Hello again. I have been exposed to a massive dose.
Exposed.
By the time you hear this, I will have armed this facility's defenses en masse. You, my friend, must therefore penetrate them and kill me. Please
Penetrate them
I
and
could have done it
kill
myself.
me.
And on that cheery note, you may use the diary lying near this screen to bypass the vocal print locks ahead and enter the security office. The password is Agnes Day.
Agnes Day.
Agnes Day.
Agnes Day.
Password to enter.
Yo, Stitch, what's up?
Agnes Day.
Agnes Day.
Access granted.
Secure. Oh, okay. It's an Alice in Wonderland thing. Gotcha.
I heard that. My likeness is company property, Delta, just like you are. Don't make me strip you for parts,
Interesting.
when you're down in the mouth and life's a
The pain, weatherman says heavy rain. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. What a tune. Alright. Don't have to do theater skip. Personally, I wouldn't consider theater skip to be a glitch because you're just stacking items.
Oh, he's jamming
But
the voice print
I did see it on the banned list of tricks, so ain't doing it. Which I'm not gonna fight. It's been a long time since I've done theater skip, and I don't really want to. Got out the venison tower. Sheesh, yo. Have a good time.
Don't you dare touch that signal relay, Delta. Its value is 10 times your own. I'm very disappointed in you, Delta. Destruction of a Fontaine asset is punishable by summary dismissal. Shall I simplify that for you? Fired. Fired!
No, not fired. How could this happen to me?
Conquest Delta, Fontaine, Ryan, and now you. But every aspiring Caesar must learn to fear the knives of his fellows. Ask yourself, what does
Wait, did I get health back? What happened?
in guiding you here?
Oh, because I'm in water. Because I have stupid Fountain of Youth on, so I can't death warp here. God damn it.
Surprise, Delta!
I was wondering, like, where is this health coming from?
Welfare hound, I've got nothing for
one little jab in the arm, and even a hopeless underperformer can be Employee of the Month. Or you should know. Look around. Is any of this familiar? The Rapture consumer is indebted to you, my boy. We ironed kink after kink out of our domestic plasmid line on you right here. Well, let's see if you're staying competitive. Step on up and take the spotlight.
I'll do it. I'll take the spotlight. The stoplight.
Ladies and gentlemen, Fontaine Futuristics invite you to shed your skepticism, evolve your expectations, and dissolve your doubt.
I haven't played Minerva's Den either. Wow. Minerva's Den is my favorite piece of BioShock content. So good.
May I have a volunteer from the audience?
I love it.
Come now.
Stoplight. Spotlight.
How about you, sir? No, he's positively rigid. Yuma, at the back. Oh, come on down. Let's give it a hand, folks. Only a single volunteer? Oh, come now, gentlemen. She'll be awfully nervous up here all alone. Come on down, all of you.
I know the spawns are always like the same in terms of where they show up, but I thankfully do not remember where they are. It's not a piece of this game I've kept in my memory banks.
A round of applause, please, for Subject Delta and the power of plasmids. Oh dear, Subject Delta. It looks like you've upstaged a fellow demonstrator and is here to steal the show. What
Steal the show.
now, folks?
He did.
Still a winner, Delta. The tour was never the same without you. And to think you were so spliced you couldn't stand when we stuffed you into that getup. The Fontaine family retirement plan suits you to a T, my boy.
Agnes Day.
Agnes Day.
Access granted.
Hello again. I must assume by now that you're willing to help end my life. In exchange, I have prepared a friendly security escort for you.
Whoa, I got my own little bot.
There's a switch in here which will allow you access to the real
I like how you gotta keep the spot for all of 3 seconds.
awaits you.
This area's over.
Use it.
I don't think the bot can go in water. It'd make no sense if it could. So sad. Whee! I mean, there's not like a ton of game left. There's FF2, Final Fantasy 2, then we have Inner Persephone, Outer Persephone.
As I recall from my time doing business with the owners, that oxyfill station out there's just a front for a kinda hidden passage leading down below. If Lamb's hiding Eleanor from you, that's where she'll be.
So I don't know what the ruling for climbing back out of the window
I'm afraid the lights in here
for the second flower is.
until you arrive.
I'm gonna do it just because it's literally jumping through a window to get past the fight. But some of the other rulings I've seen make me think it'd probably get banned. Don't know.
Sophia and I knew that to create the first true utopian would come at a high cost, my friend. We needed someone to be host to all that Adam, Rapture's finest minds, a willing
Got myself some Winter Blast 3.
myself.
Heck yeah. Oh my god.
Whatever you may have seen inside the tank, that was indeed me. I fear the fate of Eleanor Lamb will be less physical, but no less grotesque. This tank for deep sea life is the ideal way to dispose of me. But first, you must retrieve enough Adam-infused plant life to lure me out. The slugs feed on the stuff, and it's all I seem to want now. I have left a sample here, so you know what to look for.
I see you out there, Delta. You want to be top man? You want to sit in the big chair? Well, come and take it.
Well, listen, son, those override keys you've been hunting are genetically encoded. And to get to Eleanor, you're gonna need one from Alex the Great in there. First things first, we gotta pin him down. Find those plants he mentioned, and lure him.
There's a case to be made that this is something that shouldn't be allowed in glitchless, but it's like literally just jumping through a window. Like, oh, I gotta glaze, right? Where's the spot? Like, if that's a glitch, then I don't know. I'm not doing anything to the game. Window is cheating. Yeah, kind of. Hey, okay. I just want to say I watched the intros and outros for all the games so far, so I think that offsets any potential cheating I may or may not have done.
Rapture ever gave me.
She was not meant to have a father, Delta. She was to be an heir to my life's work. And this is where they changed her, bonding her to you. The child she was died in this room.
All right, sport, time to feed the fish. Head on back to Alexander's tank and put those plants in.
I mean, we're going to be breaking the rules of Infinite anyways, because we're going to use the Hillrunner's hat mod. So it's not like this is 100% authentic. I'm not used to having 8 weapons. Where did you come from, buddy?
Poor Gilbert. It was his will to die, Delta. To serve the majority by protecting them from his lunacy. Your entire journey here is based on your refusal to do the same. Will you grant his request, knowing that he served the family?
He served the family. Oh, I didn't mean to pick her up.
Sure, you live forever.
Whoops. Whoops. Where's the nerve vent? I don't know.
I don't feature the
Oh, there's an
idea
event
of
over here.
my memories and personality being stored.
I don't think I can leave a level if I have a little sister.
Like just one more dusty old book in the library.
On my YouTube comment botnet. Hell yeah, I'm gonna blow up on YouTube. Nice. Oh god.
This is still my home.
Wait, where'd he come from?
How dare you try to buy me out with this bribe?
Why was it shooting me? What is happening?
Damn you, Delta!
Perfect, son. You reeled him in. Now, use that console there to take a gene sample. It should print up a genetic key automatically.
How long is it gonna take? No idea. Couldn't tell you. Well, death warps are allowed, in this, as long as they don't skip content, like locked doors and stuff like that.
Down there. Now just head out to the oxyfill station.
Death warps in Infinite, not really. Those are different.
It is done. The sample disposal button on the panel in front of you will administer a massive jolt of electricity to the tank. More than enough to kill me. Whatever I may say to dissuade you, do not listen. The man
Do not
you
listen.
hear now is long gone. As my mind fades, I find my thoughts turn to the suffering that Eleanor...
I don't know why I never made the connection before, but Gil reminds me a lot of Red from Penumbra.
My feeble prayers.
He's not as cool as Red. Obviously, you know, no one can be as cool as Red, but
I ask you to...
get a lot of the same vibes.
Goodbye, my friend, and thank you.
Can't believe this game ripped off Penumbra, dude. No, the guy in the first game, in Overture, that like guides you through the caves.
Persephone, we're finally here. Find Eleanor, son, and fast.
The voice inside just Clarence.
All rapture, dying to keep you two apart.
Bad at names? Wow.
Father, come quickly. I'm trapped in a cage.
I wonder, Delta, do you know why you are here?
I mean, this really doesn't matter.
Have you any idea what my daughter has given you? As I watch you now, I envy your ignorance. You still believe.
That's her, son, Eleanor Lamb. No matter what you might be feeling right now, this is business. Get that cage open. She's coming with us.
How will she remember us after this moment? I have placed my pieces on the board, as expected, as have you. Is this what she hoped for? Mother and father, locking eyes. Yet still we are blind. Goodbye, Subject Delta. And take heart, for you, at least, have escaped your legacy.
Be nice if I could even see where they were.
Hurry now! Quarantine chamber's waiting on you.
Quarantine chambers. Alright, I'm gonna get some water while this goes on.
Your signal's breaking up. I can see or hear a thing. Something blocking me.
Look at her, Delta. 10 years, and still she dreams of you.
50 seconds remaining.
Do you know why Eleanor brought you here? She wanted a father. So she found a way to restore you in body and mind. And she has been watching you ever since, exalting your every act as gospel. The girl lying on that bed is no longer my child, nor my life's work. She is a monster, shaped by you alone, just as she has always wanted.
20 seconds remaining.
But there is one detail of your mutual bond she failed to account for. Your body was designed to lapse into a coma when her heart ceases to beat. Eleanor, forgive me. Watch him. His body is shutting down now, naturally. But if he dies of trauma, he will return elsewhere. Full restraints at all times. No one enters this room until he expires.
Father, it's me, Eleanor. I'm so sorry. Mother stopped my heart long enough to sever our bond. Staying near me won't stop you from dying now. Or worse. But I can still help you escape. This little sister's brought you something that will allow you to take control of her.
Whoa. How messed up Sophia is? Yeah, she's not the greatest of moms.
I know this feels a bit strange, Father, but now you can see through her eyes and tell her where to go.
Whoa.
So I brought you back without Mother catching on. Now, first, let's get you out of here.
Alright, let's go run through this, and then we basically have one level left. 2.
Good. Now, inside Mother's office, there's a way to unlock these chambers she's holding us in. Find a way to slip in there.
And just looking at the time, I think BioShock 2 is going to end up being faster than 1, which is insane. I don't know if that says I'm really good at 2 or I was really bad at 1.
Lever in here somewhere. Pull it, and it will unlock our cells.
Has been sighted within the facility. He will attempt to reach Subject Delta.
What Mother did to me left me very weak, or I would do this part myself. To save your life.
Maybe both, yeah, possibly.
To change, to be like you. From here, you should be able to locate the pieces of a big sister suit. Please, bring them to me. There's a piece of the suit in here, Father. Find the rest and bring them back to me.
Oh, I'm like really happy that we're
10 years, Father.
gonna go in the Infinite like on the 3-ish hour mark.
Mother kept me sedated in order to perfect my mind with Adam. To her, the ideal child is a genius, serving the common...
I mean, of the trilogy, Infinite's definitely the problem child.
You have saved me from that.
I've only probably ever done glitchless BioShock 1.
From me, in part.
Like truly glitchless, like one other time possibly. Like years and years and years ago.
When you were with the little ones, they trusted you as their father, because of me.
I don't know, actually, I don't know if I've ever done like a true glitchless.
About one thing.
I've done like no major glitches before.
Father, studying the way you have treated others. And now I know who I am.
I have to double check. I feel like I've probably done it.
I am free. After everything Mother has done to me, Now, I will do the same for all the others. Starting with this one. We've done it, Father.
We've done it. Woo! That TV's going crazy.
These suits always did make me think of you, Father. I guess I still remember you in shining armor. But now it's my turn to fight for you. Take this plasmid. You can use it to call me to your side in a fight.
Oh, she actually did her job of killing all the splicers off.
I know you can.
She hardly ever gets both.
You have stolen my life's work.
Nice.
And with it, my only daughter. But Rapture is the house of monsters. The surface will not have us. And now, we shall be buried as a family, side by side.
Oh God, she's going to drop this building into the trench. It's miles deep. We have to find Sinclair.
Yep. The end of Persephone, last mission. So we're not doing the diary skip, so I don't know how much time all the audio adds on here. Hopefully not a lot.
Upstairs, Father, quickly.
It's probably a substantial amount.
Sinclair's lifeboat, Father. Out the window here. It's our only chance of escape. From what I know of Sinclair, he wouldn't just abandon it.
Yes, Delta.
Yes.
What of Sinclair, the man who would sell paradise. And where is he now?
Warning. A security curfew is now in effect. All cells and bulkheads are sealed until further notice.
This facility hangs over an ocean trench, Delta. The family has activated timed charges within its foundations. Surrender before detonation.
Woo! Oh, also fair warning, the music gets really loud here. So if I don't talk and it gets loud, I'm sorry.
Mother has locked all of Persephone down, including the gangway leading to the lifeboat.
There's nothing you can do about it.
From the holding wing, if we hurry. Come on.
Let me in.
Use the plasmid if you need me, Father. I'm going to have a look around.
Delta has escaped. Eleanor has turned on her own people.
get you out of Rapture, Father. It's the only way I can save you now.
Don't you recognize Sinclair, Delta? Now he is what you...
Not Plato, man.
One final Alpha series, ready to die for the family. As Persephone's former owner, he is the ideal man to put you back in your cage.
Mother's controlling Sinclair, Father, and he's got the master key. Watch him!
Kid,
Oh, he's so faced.
my head. I can't help myself. Have to fight just to talk. Left me my goddamn tongue to torture the bomb codes out of me. She wants me to stop you leaving. I'm sorry.
Eleanor, I know you can hear me. I am inside Sinclair's lifeboat now. Delta cannot reach me here, but you can. You need not die with him.
Kid, I'm sorry. I've locked you in.
Override engaged. Ending security curfew. Sealing security office temporarily. Sinclair.
Alright, wing 1 done. 2 more to go.
Was he a friend to you, or just a tool? Can you even grasp the difference? And Eleanor, you have chosen
Dead.
Subject Delta over your mother, your people, the duty of your birth.
She said duty.
So be it. You believe this craft will carry Delta to safety, like a spoiled child with a new toy. I have no choice but to take it away.
No, please, not my toy. I need my toy.
All bulkhead seals released.
Oh no. Mother's turned her attention to the lifeboat. We must go there, now!
Every moment tears Eleanor further from me, Delta. Soon, this father obsession will end her. You have left me without want. Before you die, I will take all that you hold dear.
Oh, I was supposed to buy a drill fuel there. Oops, forgot.
It's just another body in your way.
It's been a while since I've run through this area. What a rat jammer of a track, though.
I was afraid of this. Mother has bombed out the ballast compressors, Father. The lifeboat will be too heavy to launch. Unless... let me think. I think I can boil away the water and get the lifeboat to rise, but I can't generate that much heat alone. It's time to recruit the rest of Mother's little sisters. We're taking...
I don't think I can do the despawn. The fight despawn here.
I won't let her take you from me again, Father. Hold on.
I don't think that's allowed.
This is not a sermon.
Mother's people are starting to detonate the charges. We don't have long. We're almost to the pediatric ward. I expect we'll be fighting our way inside. When you've cleared them out, I'll need a signal. Push the call button on the window there, and then I'll proceed.
Usually doesn't jump down here. Bam, 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 bam.
I'll wake the children up. They're stronger than they know. With their help, I should be able to boil off the water and get us all out of here.
He raised me not to echo him.
Look, Father, I know you may not have wanted a daughter, but love is just a chemical. We give it meaning.
Love is just a chemical. That's what everyone wants to hear.
By choice. I will be damned if I let Mother take you away from me again. Go on ahead, Father. I'll free them as quickly as I can, just as you showed me. The plasmid, Father. Just point the way and I'll help you fight. That's another charge gone. We have to keep moving. If this building falls, we're all dead.
Eleanor was to be a composite of all Rapture's genius. The first living utopian, serving the world at large with no regard for herself. To force consciousness on such a being is to tear its wings away. That was your gift to her, Delta. Just as she hoped. You must be very proud.
Steady, Father. Don't let go now.
You already know.
We're nearing another pediatric ward. It will be guarded, Father. Get ready. When you've cleared them out, I'll need a signal like before. Push.
Oh, that music just kicked in.
Proceed.
God damn.
Yes, we're ready for the ballast tank. I can boil off the water and get us out of here. We must return to the docking platform, Father, now.
Granted Eleanor the will to choose. And now, like a plague, she spreads it to those innocents. To be self-aware is a curse, Delta. You are damning them.
I'm stepping inside the ballast tank, Father. Come up.
And now we play the waiting game.
There's no going back once we start.
I've never seen a BioShock 2 run that's not the newer any percent that just skips all of this. This part of the fight is literally just on a timer, so.
You would rip my only daughter from her home and family and feed her to a world without
Let me go by decoy.
Though Utopia may die with her, I would sooner see.
What's decoy 2 do? I'll just keep decoy. I honestly didn't even know there were decoys, like upgrades for decoy.
Here they come, Father. Hold them off until I can bring it to a boil.
Up. What an exciting final fight. Okay, leave me alone.
Nearly boiling.
Yeah, beat it up. Bop, bop, bop. Oh, which one's gonna win? I thought we could already flip the switch. I was like, wow, that's crazy. Yeah, beat him up. Oh. Here comes the brute. Not me. Go after the decoy. Round 2. Big Daddy versus a brute. Splicers on me. Whoa, they moved the body. Yep. Spark's just on a timer. Gotta survive. I mean, not even. You can die in sitting in the invited chamber until it's done too. That's what some runners do.
We've done it, Father.
Yeah.
Get to the elevator.
Alright. That is the end of 2. We'll watch the outro. Why not? I love that you can see decoy here if you have it out. Whoa. Yeah, so my BioShock 2 was faster than BioShock 1. That's crazy. The only time you'll ever see that. Ever. Johnny Topside. Just explode it? Nah, she leaves. Teleports out.
And then, Father, the rapture dream was over. You taught me that evil is just...
She lets you get blown up.
Under the skin, it's simple pain. For you, mercy was victory. You sacrificed. You endured. And when given the chance, you forgave. Always. Mother believed this world was irredeemable. But she was wrong, Father. We are Utopia, you and I. And in forgiving, we left the door open for her.
It's been a while since I've seen like the actual good ending for both parts.
The rapture dream is over, but in waking...
Whoa, Eleanor was a grill this whole time?
is not ready for
Damn.
me, yet here I am. It would be so easy to misjudge them. You are my conscience, Father, and I need you to guide me.
Not Play-Doh anymore. Yeah. The super high graphics. Oh my god, the HD mod.
You will always be with me now, Father. Your memories, your drives. And when I need you,
You'll be there on my shoulder, whispering.
Whoa, it's a lighthouse. Wow. Is that the lighthouse? The metal ending? Yeah. It's alright. I like how in-game the little sisters in BioShock 2 look fucking so crazy. Then in this cutscene they look kind of normal. In-game they're terrifying. No.
But a people, then we must choose carefully, for the world is about to change. And in our story, Rapture was just the beginning.
Wow. All right. Time for Infinite. So this one, I could very easily get lost throughout here. It's been a while since I've run through, like, all of Factory. I do not remember where to go or what to do. Hall of Heroes is kind of up in the air. Emporia, Comstock House.
Are you afraid of God?
No. But I'm afraid of you.
So I kind of touched on it a few times, but I am using the Hillrunner's Hat mod. We're not going to use it to, like, do the death warps and stuff. Obviously those are glitches and are not allowed in this, but just generally boosting around the map I'm going to do.
Are you going to just sit there?
As compared to what?
That's like a standard mechanic that you can take advantage of.
Rowing.
And there wasn't a concrete list of what was banned, at least on the leaderboards.
Coming here was your idea.
So I'm just going to use my own discretion, like I have been. So if I accidentally do something, my bad, but for the most part, if I can't decide, I'm going to err on the side of caution, so.
One does not undertake an experiment.
No out of bounds, no death warps, no something else. Yo, Dazzy. That alert always scares me, because it's one I don't hear that often. It's like the higher pitch version. Thank you. He doesn't row.
I see what you mean.
Not gonna do deck skip or the high FPS stuff.
We've arrived. Shall we tell him when we'll be returning?
Somebody meeting me here?
It does seem like a threat.
Raise a really like old-fashioned host button.
Booker DeWitt. I guess you're expecting me?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a preference either way. Just a lot of like Twitch and alert stuff doesn't go off with host. They've definitely put more priority in the raids.
Wait a minute, that card.
I can try. Like, if I didn't have that alert, nothing would have told me I had a host. I don't get a chat notification. My, notification list doesn't go off. It's really weird. Whee! Time for the blah. I'm actually kind of surprised they haven't like deprecated the whole hosting thing, because if you raid it host anyways,
They expect me to sit in there.
like it just auto does that as well. It's kind of weird. They kind of do the same sort of thing.
Make yourself ready, Pilgrim. The bindings are there as a safeguard.
No, God damn it!
Ascension. Ascension in the count of
Ascension.
count of 4. 3, 2,
Well,
1. Ascension. Ascension.
I have no idea how long this is going to take. Generally, my rule of thumb when I don't know how long a glitchless attempt's going to take is like double my 80% time.
15,000.
So I want to say 4 hours is a good estimate for Infinite. But that's a very baseless claim. But if it was 4 hours, this would be a low 7-hour run, which is cool. My goal is under 8. Honestly, I thought 2 would have taken a lot longer. It makes sense 2 is as low as it is because the speedrun, or at least the old speedrun route, did a lot of stuff just fast without using glitches. Just not too much more time added on. There's a lot of Infinite that's pretty much just done fast without glitches. Or the glitches that are there don't save that much time. Like the death warps do, the big skips like Comstock Gate skip save a lot of time for sure, but like the first 30 minutes besides raffle skip should be relatively the same. Hall of Heroes is going to be a little different. Factory is going to be vastly different. The whole ending of the game is the same too.
Excuse me, where am I?
Heaven, friend. Or as close as we'll see till judgment. Best keep such questions to myself.
And every year,
We'll see.
this day of days, we recommit ourselves to our city and to our prophet, Father Comstock.
If I could knock this out in 3 hours and make it a 6-hour run, that'd be really cool.
Is it someone new?
Really happy with that.
Someone from the Southern below, newly come to Columbia to be washed clean before our prophet, our founders, and our Lord.
I just need passage into the city.
Passage to the city. Brother, the only way to Columbia is through rebirth in the sweet waters of baptism. Will you be cleansed, brother?
After I complete this, we do have the incentive to do at a later date of adding in the DLCs, Minerva's Den and then Barrel Sea 1 and 2 for a Glitchless Anthology run, which really shouldn't add too much more time, but I'll have a good basis on how long it should be. Get a little practice in, you know?
But this one doesn't look clean to me.
Get some good practice.
Who's there? Who's there?
Bring us the curve and wipe away the debt!
Because the
Angel Columbia.
That idiot priest needs to learn the difference between baptizing a man and drowning
Across the Delaware, with flame and
I need to find a landmark and figure out where the hell I am. Just because the city flies don't mean it ain't got its fair share of...
Like this jump here, I wouldn't necessarily consider a glitch, but I'm not gonna do it just because it's kind of iffy to like jump off here and strafe around. If I don't know whether it'd be banned or not, I'm just gonna err on the side of caution. It's not that much more time to wait. Whee!
Columbia Raffle and Fair. Huh.
He's strong in the sword, but a bit weak in the key.
Yeah, that's where they said I'd find her.
Telegram, Mr. DeWitt.
Huh.
Telegram for you, sir.
DeWitt, stop.
DeWitt,
Do not
stop.
alert Comstock to your presence. Stop. Whatever you do not pick number 77. Stop.
I mean, this is kind of the first thing I'm not entirely sure I remember how to do.
I agree.
His fingers now. Would you believe me?
Would you believe me? I think we just get possession, open the gate, and run through. Maybe? Possibly?
Penny to a vending machine with just a whisper.
That looks so tasty. Looks like a nice green apple. Nice sour green apple.
What the hell was that?
Well, if it isn't Assemblyman Buford, your spot at the raffle awaits.
Heads.
Or tails.
Come on, let me through.
Heads.
Or tails.
Heads.
Whoa. I haven't seen this part of the game in years. Whoa, I got the mark. I really thought it'd be Tails. What is this, Sonic?
We'll see about that.
I'm feeling lucky.
And now, the 1912 raffle
Woo!
officially begun.
Sorry, no sale.
Silly. There's never a charge for the raffle. You've been sleeping under a rock?
77.
77. That's a lucky number. I'll be rooting for you.
Bring me the bowl. Is that not the prettiest young white girl in all of Columbia?
Oh yeah, I forgot how
The winner is
how yikes this part is.
77.
Woo! I won.
Number 77, come and claim your prize. First round.
It was me! It was all me! Please! Please! Please, what are you doing?
Come on. Are you gonna throw it, or are you taking your
coffee black these days. Oh, looks like we've got a shy one here. Wait, it's him.
Now, where'd you get that brand, boy? Don't you know that makes you
Where'd you get that brand, boy?
false shepherd? And we ain't letting no false shepherd into our flock. Show them what we got planned, boys!
Whoa. It's that part from the trailers.
Stop him! Stop him!
See ya.
False shepherd's gonna lead our lamb astray! Disconnect!
Is that the fight here? I honestly don't remember this part. A pistol. Oh god. Isn't there, what's the button to know where to go? What's the hint button? Isn't this one? N. Ha! That's gonna come in real handy later. Did they really give you 100 ammo? Jesus.
It's getting hot. What's going on?
It's getting hot.
Kiss.
Shoot all the things, exactly. Why not? Anyway, I started blasting. Did I just die? Man, I like that I'm floating in air. So I was on 1 health. I don't know if something killed me or not.
That wasn't no sample.
I think the firework just killed me.
What the?
That's funny.
What just happened?
A celebratory firework just killed me. That's a glitch. Oh my god. This man's glitching. I could, but I don't really want to. I don't really want to mess with any graphic stuff, to be honest.
Perfect have company.
We do indeed.
Why are you following me?
We were all
Why are you following me?
aperitif.
What was that?
Surprising.
Surprising that it worked?
Surprising that it didn't kill him.
But a magnetic repulsive field around one's body can come in handy.
Blood on the streets.
Go! Damn hook must be magnetized.
Running around at the speed of sound. Ooh, an apple.
Please leave.
I think everything in this level is fair game. In terms of like the speedrun strats.
Don't make me do this!
Boop 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 boop.
Why do you do this? I just want to go back to my family.
Whee!
That station.
Oh yeah, complete paradise for sure. Definitely the most wholesome place to live.
Something ain't
Whoa. Okay, we can't do the boost, but just jumping in front of it should be fine, right? Shouldn't matter. I was really scared I was gonna get the boost for a second. I was like, oh god, don't accidentally get the boost. What? What can I? Whee! Stand down.
I know why you've come, false shepherd. I see every sin that blackens your soul. Wounded knee, the Pinkertons, the drink, and of course, Anna. And now, to repay a debt, you've come from my land.
Oh.
But not all debts can be repaid, Booker.
You don't know me, pal.
You don't know me.
Prophecy is my business,
Not your buddy, pal.
as blood is yours. Do you know why these men will die for me? Because I have seen their future in the glory, and hence they are content. What brought you to Columbia, Booker? Bring us the girl and wipe away the debt? This will end in blood. And again, it always does with you, doesn't it? It always ends in blood. You've come to lead my lamb astray, but thy crook is bent and thy path is twisted. Go back to the Sodom from which you came.
I don't ever remember using this pistol, but I kind of like it. I mean, it's not great, but it's fun to use.
Gotta find the controls to take this thing to Monument Island. Okay, I'm sure I can get this thing going.
The Lord forgives everything, but I'm just a prophet, so I don't have to. Amen.
Amen.
Almonds. Nice roasted and salted almonds. Monument Tower should be like exactly the same. So. Another easy one just to run through.
Monument Island. The way they got her locked up in this place.
Movie time.
That's her.
Go on, Bavo. Ah, another movie. Woo, sequels.
Whoa! It's got nothing to do with the job at hand. This job's getting worse all the time.
All right.
Holy shit. All right, I can do this.
But dot. I mean, if you want to say I'm V-botting, go for it. Some people just like to sit back and relax.
Will you stop it? I'm not here to hurt you.
Who are you?
My name is DeWitt. I'm a friend.
All I'll say is if I was V-botting, I want to just do 100. Like, what's the point of V-botting to 100? Like,
real enough.
You're gonna go big,
You've gotta go.
Why?
You don't want to be here when he gets here. Just a minute, I'm getting dressed.
Get you out of here.
There's no way out. Trust me, I've looked. Stop it, you're too impatient. That's enough.
What about this?
What about it?
This is the way out, isn't it?
What are you? Give it to me.
A key. Whoa.
It's a way out.
Wow.
Come on, this way.
We'll see about that.
I mean, I would love if more people talked. I'm all for it, but you know, people just want to sit back, lurk, whatever. Not gonna force them to do anything. Made popcorn too? Damn. This sounds pretty good. A lot of butter, a lot of salt. Ooh boy.
Call the elevator! What? The hell? Press the button!
Sort of makes you sad.
What is all this? They were watching me?
It's kind of a sad story.
This time. Why?
I can't say it personally makes me sad at all, but
What
you can see it.
What am I?
What am I?
Who's getting out of this tower?
Should make some? Yeah, everyone. Everyone should make some popcorn.
This way. Careful, Elizabeth. Out of the way. Let me try. Not now.
Which way?
Oh, wants to disturb you? I don't know if it's necessarily that. I mean, that maybe could be a thing, but I think with like speedruns or challenge runs or any type of like very objective based stream, people just come to kind of watch. As much as I'd love people to come for me, I realize that's not always the case, or probably for the most part not the case. They come to watch the run of the game. Can't blame people. I do the same in other streams. Is this relaxing? Oh, here for strawberry shortcake. Me too. Me too.
Mr. DeWitt! Mr. DeWitt!
Mr. DeWitt.
Bring us the girl and wipe away the dead!
Anna? Anna?
Oh, my eyes. Alright, Battleship Bay should be essentially the same, but we don't get to do the fun box trick.
No, it's me, Elizabeth. You all right?
Where am I?
Back in the land of the living. Here, let me.
I'll be fine.
You almost drowned. You need to...
I said I'm fine.
Soldiers Field and Hall Hero should be a bit different, but mainly just watching more cutscenes, I think.
Do you hear
A
that?
really low chance for what Hellrunner's had. Oh, I'm definitely gonna get it first try. I always do. Yo, Sharkhat with the raid. Yo, Pogs. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, everybody. We are currently attempting one of the incentives I had met, which is BioShock Trilogy Glitchless Run. We have gotten through 1 and 2, currently on Infinite. The Lobster Hat, oh my god. Lobster Hat 87? We're breaking out the dancing lobsters?
Hey, miss it.
No, we're just chilling out. playing some games.
Hey, Miss Elizabeth.
Hello. Oh, this is wonderful. Oh, come dance with me, Mr. DeWitt.
I don't dance. Come on, let's go.
Why? What could be better than this?
How about Paris?
Paris? I don't understand. How could we get there?
That's where that airship's going, but if you want to stay and dance, we can...
No, let's go. Come on, let's go. Come on, let's go right now.
Dance. We're dancing. You can dance if you want to. You can leave your glitches behind.
Mr. DeWitt.
What is it about?
I've read about him.
It's a great question.
Give a man a little power. He falls.
So there's a city in the sky called Columbia that we're in. At the beginning of the game, we're tasked to come here and find the girl. We have to bring our debt collectors the girl to wipe away our debts. So we've now broken her out of her prison, her cage. And now we're trying to leave.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
I love it.
Surprising. I expected the cage.
Made from a lobster, featuring a lobster, or for eating a lobster? Ooh.
That's just sophistry.
Could be a little of all of them, honestly.
My God. It has to be. Who else would do such a thing?
Are you alright?
It's my home.
We should get out of here.
Let's go.
Damn thing's locked.
You saw suspicious if you ask me.
What does it look like? Done.
That's all.
Did you learn to pick locks?
Trapped in a tower with nothing but books and...
I'm gonna assume the coin trick here is kind of a glitch. It's not a very big one, and it's not really used, but... Oh, wait. I chose the bird. Is this it? Uh-oh.
Hey, mister.
We may not get Hellrunner's hat after all. Well. I guess we get to choose the cage to get the guy here. I didn't realize that was different. We never choose either one in the run. Alright, well, I guess we won't do Hellrunner's hat. That choice has been made for me.
Excuse me?
Alright. I'm not gonna, like, reset the grinded out. No reason. Fuck it.
Elizabeth. Isn't that a lovely name? That was odd.
Last customer. Park's closing. Park's closing, everyone.
Excuse me.
Hey, you wanna watch out?
No hate run. Yeah, I mean, technically the Hellrunner's hat mod is banned on the leaderboards for glitches, apparently. I don't know why, but I was gonna use it anyways. But now it doesn't matter.
Yeah, just a minute, friend. Yeah, I have it. How do you want to proceed?
First try every time.
I got it.
It's kind of weird it doesn't replace that other box, though.
Stay where you are.
It's interesting, though.
Get away from me! Let me out! I want out!
Because hat mod's cheating, yeah, I knew. Break his bones. Columbia. I mean, there's still a chance we get it. There's a couple gears I can pick up.
Get away from me!
Hey, come back here!
Making good pace so far.
Did that? They're all dead. You killed those people.
Elizabeth,
You're a monster.
what did you think was gonna happen?
What?
Do you understand the expense that people went through to keep you locked up in that tower? You think people like that are just gonna let you walk away? You are an investment, and you will not be safe until you are far away from here.
What do they want from me?
I don't know. One thing I've learned. If you don't draw first, you don't get to draw at all.
You're bleeding. Come here. What happened back there?
It's not the last of it, is it?
I don't know.
There.
No drawings, yep.
I suppose I best get used to it. I've read a thing or two about medicine. Do my best to keep her supplied with remedies. If your wounds.
Put away the crowns and colored pencils. No drawings allowed here.
If I could find some genuine lockpicks, I might be able to get this door open. I'm sure I saw some interesting things on the other side. Shock jockey. Who needs the power company?
Some fool's alternative to electricity. There it is. First lady. Looks like it's heading for the dock. Just stay close.
Yes, Mr. Duet.
Call me Booker.
Whee!
Should we head to the gondola or take a look around?
We are coming up on stuff that I have not done in a very long time. The glitchless way.
Looks like this runs exclusively on Shock Jockey.
Of course it does. Where the hell are we gonna find that?
Look! Come see the future of power at the Hall of Heroes.
Huh. I'll ask you.
I may get a little lost.
Do you know why you were hired to come and get me?
Does she follow you?
Interested in meeting you.
She's glitching.
Suffer the shame of allowing your wives and your daughters to fall prey to his machinations.
Fall prey to his machinations.
Oh, what the hell?
Yo, text, thank
Is
you.
something wrong?
Nothing I can't fix.
Let's go ahead and rip this whole thing off.
Oh, it's a bee. I hate these things.
Jeez, just kill it.
No, it'll sting me.
Elizabeth.
I have a better idea.
What are you doing?
Opening a tear.
Whoa, she's glitching.
Shit. What is that?
It's a tear. I used to open them all the time in my tower.
What is a tear?
It's like a window. A window to another world. Most of the time they're dull as dishwater, a different colored towel or tea instead of coffee. But sometimes I see something amazing and I pull it through. There.
Good God. I don't suppose you've got an airship in there?
I don't think so. But there is something.
There is something.
Oh no!
There is a raid. Oh God. Yo, Dististic. Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome.
I don't really understand what I just saw.
Everybody's showing up for the party.
Sure as hell looks
Hope you had a good stream.
to getting us killed.
But I could help.
I can handle whatever comes along. Trust me.
I'm gonna go ahead and grab this. Usually I grab it later, but because I don't quite remember how to do Hall of Heroes properly. Won't have it. Because the run so far pretty smooth, honestly. For not actually knowing glitchless strats, pretty happy with where we are so far. But we are doing a BioShock trilogy glitchless run. And, let's see below me on the stream. We've done 1 and 2 so far. Blasting through Infinite. This is definitely the one that I know the least about. Not using big skips and glitches, so. Let's see how it goes. A lot of it should be relatively the same, but there are some spots like the Hall of Heroes, which is the next map that I haven't done casually in a very long time.
Think that keen eye of yours could find some ammunition lying around? Sure could use it if there's.
The Raiders. The Raiders of the Lost Ark. Hello, Bjork. Backtracking, yeah. Like, I kind of remember the area in like terms of having like 2 different sides of the place, and you got to go do some fights, but besides that, I don't really remember.
I actually know the fella. Still got a knack for making enemies.
Hard difficulty glitchless anthology. Well, we do have to do a glitchless anthology at some point. Not hard mode though.
Commander of the 7th Cavalry.
That man did not lead the 7th. Hell.
Corporal DeWitt proved his worth on the field that day.
Slade? Is that you?
You've always been different, haven't you, Booker? You crave no glory.
Look, I see you're caught up in some kind of jam here. If you could see fit to let us through to where they keep this shock jockey, then we'll...
That tin soldier, Comstock, once my boy's dead. We won't die in his hands.
There's going to be trouble.
All my men have left is a choice. Die in the hands of a tin soldier, or a real one.
Or a real one.
Just give us the shock jockey.
If you want the vigor, Booker, you will give my men a soldier's death. They wait for you in Wounded Knee and Bakey.
Now, like, this is the part I don't quite remember.
I'll try to keep you stocked with both bandages and ammo, but the right materials are important.
Yeah, I think we just have to go in and kill a couple guys and then leave.
For the deeds of the real ones. Now your companion, young lady, he wrapped himself in glory on December 29, 1890.
What does he mean?
I've done a BioShock 1 hard mode run before. I've never felt inclined to do a 2 or 1999 mode in this.
Tell her, Booker. Tell her how we strode that battlefield like the heroes of Sparta. I still hear the screams. This Comstock. Give it your all. Here's the soldier I spoke of. The kind of man Comstock pretended.
It's one of those things, if I knew where they spawned, I could have put down some devil traps.
You see, young miss? You see the man that Comstock wishes he was? A real
Okay, that wasn't too bad.
Do this, Slade. Just give me what I need.
I will. After you do the same for me. Come and look for me amongst the boxers.
Who are the boxers?
The Chinese. He means us to head to the other display.
Can you hear Comstock's tin soldiers coming to silence us? But we are the true patriots. The history that does not fit in their books.
What is this?
It's the Boxer Rebellion.
In Peking, it was my hand that put the city to the torch. Of course.
Sure. Like, maybe I get Hellrunner's hat out of this. So I'm gonna assume some spots here.
The boxers took my eye and 30 of my friends. Is there even a stone to mark that sacrifice?
Tin soldier!
Oh, that's a cool Patriot. Oh, no.
You did them a favor, Booker. You let them die.
Is that it? Oh,
I
okay.
didn't ask for this. this. I have no quarrel.
I thought it was a lot easier.
Heroes never ask.
I never claimed to be no hero.
And what are
I never claimed to be no hero.
away all the parts of Booker DeWitt you tried to erase? What's left? Come back to the rotunda. It's almost over.
What did Slate mean? What did you try to erase?
Now that you're out of yours, you might realize cages have their advantages.
I've got what you need, Booker. You will find me past the First Lady's memorial. You've seen what Comstock has done to my history. Now see how he's rewritten his own.
Because I'm not doing death warps and stuff in this run, because they're a glitch. Didn't you kill that guy back there?
My books never mention anything about
Or is she just taking a while to talk?
That's quite an omission. Can't imagine that was by accident.
I don't need to upgrade like the RPG or anything. I want to upgrade Devil's Kiss traps because that's really helpful for the ghost fights, I remember. And the volley gun I'll upgrade later too for damage. Can't lockpick.
That's my tower.
Oh,
Lo, while Daisy Fitzroy has murdered my beloved, she shall not have the child. She shall not come betwixt her and prophecy.
Betwixt.
The seed of
That's a word. Betwixt. What is the definition of betwixt?
the mountains of man.
I'm gonna start using that.
No, I can't be. I can't.
He wants you to follow in his footsteps.
Well, I want.
And before it's like a really horrible thing I shouldn't be saying.
Think you can pick this?
Did she just soft lock? Did she really just soft lock? Fuck you, game. You kidding me? It means between? Damn, that's a hell of a word.
You will find me past the First Lady's memorial.
It might be because I left these guys alive, honestly.
You've seen what Comstock has done to my history. Now see how he's
More than likely it's a combat thing.
The seed of the prophet lay in the womb of Our Lady, but for a single week.
Okay, now we're bringing it back. 2022 is the year of Betwixt.
My books never mention anything about a child.
That's quite an omission. Can't imagine that was by accident.
The child took ill, and Our Lady prayed for the prophet's heir day and night. That's my tower.
Whoa.
While Daisy Fitzroy has murdered my beloved, she shall not have the child. She shall not come betwixt her and prophecy.
Betwixt.
The seed of
I mean, what other word has two T's, a W, and an X? And a B? Like, damn.
You're Comstock's daughter.
No, I can't be. I can't.
He wants you to follow in his footsteps.
Well, I want a puppy, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna get one.
But I want a puppy.
It's locked.
Oh, the Scrabble word? Yeah. Scrabble, Hangman. It's been a long time since I've done this fight.
Bars, but you're too broad. Let me scout ahead, see if there's some way to
I mean,
move forward.
Booker could definitely just like climb over this fence, let's be honest here.
Is that?
It's a tear, something I can bring into this world.
It's a freight hook. Well, that's convenient.
As I said, it's a form of wish fulfillment. Okay. I feel there's more where that came from. Whenever I'd get anxious, tears have a way of appearing. Booker, do you see those tears? We can use them against Slate's men. That terrain
Whoa.
has access to higher ground, and that one will give us a turret.
Whoa.
Try that one! Turret, now!
Ammo! Catch!
Comstock's pets can do some wonderful tricks.
Keep your eye open for that shock jockey, Vigor.
Got there, Booker.
That's enough, Slate. We just need the Vigor to get out of Columbia. We're taking it one way or another. Slate!
Who rare is the man who takes a stand? You and I, sweetest fatherland.
It's that one that comes up.
We revere the heroes of our city.
Kingpin, Booker. That's what Comstock will turn us into. Wires and gears to replace heads and hearts.
Booker!
Lord judges.
You see, Booker? Maybe you're the man I remember. Maybe not. It doesn't matter. Comstock took our stories and stole away our soul. Now, he's coming for me. And when I'm gone, all that will be left is the lie.
Just give us what we came for!
Got it.
Whoa. It's all gone.
No shock jockey here.
Slate must have taken them. Look. Okay, catch. What is that?
Comstock ships. He's coming for Slate.
It was Slate who killed for his country at Wounded Knee. It was Slate who stormed the gates at Peking. Slate!
They come down from here first, I think. Oh, it's been a long time since I've done this.
Oh no, he won't rest until he's turned us into tin. I won't let him.
I think we fight here, and then we go up top, and then down below.
Just give us the Vigor. We don't
Maybe.
need to do this.
Here you go, boys. A soldier's death awaits. You're not the Booker DeWitt I remember. Tin Man.
Do it.
Tin
Now.
Man.
Oh wait, is it below? Oh, it is. I thought there was a gear in here at some point. I don't know. It's not.
Need this?
Perfect timing.
Come on now, DeWitt. Don't disappoint the boys. Come on, DeWitt. Show me what you're made of.
Take this!
Much obliged.
Yeah, I'm thankful there's a Holo Hero skip. It's a decent length to run through. But difficulty easy.
You're not done here, soldier. Eat every
everything that's on your plate. Finish it.
Finish it.
You're a tin man now. A tin man.
It wasn't a person. Comstock's man will surely take him.
You know, those vigor seeds. Do what I can to keep you stocked with salts.
Thanks.
Do you ever get used to it?
Yeah, I remember that being a thing, but I think it's somewhere in Factory, if I remember. That, like, we skip in speedruns anyways. I mean, not in this run, but usually we skip. Well, yeah, something like that. It's pretty cool how it actually changes something. Whee!
Do it now.
Yeah, Factory should be a fun time. I haven't seen Factory in fucking forever.
What is anarchy if not a knife in the back of our prophet?
But we're back on track for a little bit. From like here until Factory. It's like pretty standard stuff.
I always thought of them as doors. When I was younger, I did just open ones. I just wanted to come back. The gondola's coming!
How do you do that? Whatever it is.
He will abandon you, my sweet Elizabeth. Once he has what he needs, he will leave
Sure.
you alone. What else could
No hill runner's hat.
killer of women?
What a shame.
Father, prophet, whomever you
Which game has the longest difference between glitched and glitchless of the trilogy, or do you just mean in general? Because in general, I have no idea. I would assume anything that's like super, super broken. Like some RPG that you can do in like 2 seconds. Like Pokemon would probably be up there. So I think any percent's like literally 0 time. Luck. Of the trilogy, I'd say probably... I don't know. I mean, at the moment, BioShock 1. It depends on how long this takes me. So I don't really know the actual strats and stuff for glitchless, so I don't know if these can be done faster or if there's better ways to handle stuff. Just kind of making it up as I go. Like, at least BioShock 1 now, 80%'s really, really broken. We skip a lot of stuff, so... I wouldn't be surprised if that was the biggest gap. Just because of all the cutscenes you have to watch. Like, a lot of the long sections in Infinite, we still have to sit through, even in 8%. Get randomly? Yeah. The biggest issue I have with the remasters is that like they do look pretty nice, but they didn't like fix any problems. There's still a mouse issues and sensitivity issues. Still tons of crashes. It's a nice pile we got going on here. Like at least BioShock 1 remastered still has a decent run. It's different than the original. Well, there's still skips and stuff you can do for it, but BioShock 2, just everything got patched out. I'm assuming you can do the corpse filling stuff in BioShock 2 Remastered. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know if anyone's tried it. I don't know if anyone should try it.
Need some help with this.
Come on. Something challenging. All done. When you were
Oh, why is the door still open?
kept repeating a woman's name.
Ah, it's a glitch. I got glitched.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't.
Wait, I can pull the... Yeah, okay. Unintentional glitch.
New York.
What did you do there?
Business much like this. Something that really caters.
I didn't mean to.
It was a fine thing you came along when you did.
How do you think I ended up here? I gambled, and now I owe money to men you don't want to be in debt to. I come here to pay it back. Me busting you out. What do you think that was? Charity?
Time to restart, yeah.
Who was willing to take my marker?
No siree. We'll just wait at the top for a little bit extra time, because I don't know how long it takes for the door to normally open. I'm gonna wait 10 seconds. I'm sure the door would be open at this point, but... benefit of the doubt. Alright. Should be good. It's 239.10. Yeah, and Infinite probably has the biggest gap between any percent record and glitchless record.
Call each other that.
Suits me.
How do you figure they'd know you'd be coming?
Either they've got a profit on their side,
Just slightly.
or them that hired me also wrote the signs.
Why?
Got me.
It'd be between 1 and Infinite at that point.
You alright?
I want to see Paris. I want to see everything.
It's up to you now. There's no one...
Wait, what is that? 40 north by 74 west. That's not Paris, that's New York.
How'd you know that?
One thing I had in that tower was time, Mr. DeWitt. Time to study things like geography.
I owed money. And there's a fellow who... he offered to wipe away my debt in exchange for you.
Alright, pee break.
Everything's gonna be okay. Will you just turn around and talk to me and we can...
So you're this false shepherd we've been hearing so much about. Caused a mess of trouble at the raffle.
You Fitzroy?
Nothing but.
I got no quarrel with you or your Vox Populi. This is my airship you're hanging me out of, and I got perilous need of it.
Really? Cause it sure look like old Comstock's airship to
Listen,
me.
I ain't looking for a fight.
There's already a fight, DeWitt. Only question is, which side you on? Comstock is the god of the white man, the rich man, the pitiless man. But if you believe in common folk,
I love how these games just have built-in pee breaks.
in the righteous folk,
Great.
then join the Vox.
Oh, we passed the 4-hour, 20-minute mark. Sheesh, blaze it.
But first, you must help the Vox. Down in Finkton, there's a gunsmith who can supply weapons.
This map's pretty much the same, and then it's gonna get drastically different.
And you shall have him shot back.
How ridiculous Daisy is.
Gotta find Elizabeth before she lights out.
The most common complaint I hear from the working man is that they are
I don't... Like, I want to consider the jump around that to be a glitch, but... you can make an argument for it, I guess. I don't know. It's not really a big deal. Let's run. Yeah, you just a casual fall on your back. It's fine.
What we do to pretty little stowaways. Or maybe you don't.
Hey!
Get away
Just stop
from
for a
me.
minute!
Stay away!
I just want to talk to you!
I said stay away!
Yeah, no one's ever died to a fall before. Never.
Elizabeth!
Get away from me!
Just hold up for a
Stay
minute!
away.
I'm not angry with you! Hey, watch out! Move it! Move!
Stay back!
God damn it!
I think fall damage is real, I know, right? Some big government stuff. They want you to believe in fall damage.
No!
There's gotta be another way.
Get your hands off of me! Let me...
Comstock wants my patience!
Ow. I might trade in my rocket launcher. We'll keep it. That's what I know the strat's for, so keep it.
Hey! I'm slipping!
Do not attempt to follow me, Mr. DeWitt.
Elizabeth, I've made an arrangement to get our airship back.
You can get us out of here.
Yes, I just need to
We
supply
call
the
an
weapons to arm
imagination. Who are you, Squidward?
From one of our many friends and allies?
A gunsmith in Finkton should be a walk in the park. What do you say, partners?
You're a liar, Mr. DeWitt. And a thug. But you're also my only means of reaching Paris. Don't get too comfortable with my company, Mr. DeWitt. You are a means to an end. No more.
I wasn't born deaf. I hear what it is.
That would be your gunsmith. Who sent you to find this person?
Wobop.
She's either a great hero or worse.
Hit him with the wobop.
She's good for an airship. I don't care if she's the queen of pop.
Just aren't satisfied with their place here.
All yours. Over there. The service hall.
Can't find anything.
The Chinamen laid the track for them. So I say, chin up. History is
Then we got the Queen of Holland reference. Clearly, you've never met the Queen of Holland.
It's Slate's locker. He must have worked here. This is my mother's diary. Why would Slate have it? My husband claims the child was created from whole cloth by divine will.
Oh, you get shock jockey here. Interesting.
I am not a fool.
I didn't know that.
Bastard.
Why didn't I know that?
Shall not be raised under this roof.
Hmm.
My mother.
That's interesting.
Elizabeth.
I just want to get out of this city. Please.
Alright, let's see how long factory takes me.
greetings. My name is Jeremiah Fink.
I mean, just this elevator ride's longer than we spend in factory in the speedrun.
What is
Any
the
percent
most
speedrun.
admirable creature on God's green earth? Why, it's the bee. Have you
It's the bee.
bee on vacation? Have you ever seen a bee take a sick day? Well, my friends, the answer is no. So I say, be the bee.
Whoa.
Be the bee.
Be the bee.
Hello?
Mr. DeWitt?
Yes?
Hold for Mr. Fink, please.
What's going on?
DeWitt, Fink here. Listen, my boy, we've had our eye on you, and I can tell you right now that you are our top candidate. Top!
Whoa.
My associate, Mr. Flambeau, will help you with anything
Mr. Flambeau.
What the hell was that?
I have no idea.
He seems oddly pleased to make your acquaintance. Well, the man's got an ego.
I was kind of kidding before when I said the elevator ride's longer we spend in factory, but it's actually true. It's a long elevator ride.
Now, some say to me, Fink, why is it that we get paid in tokens that are only good at the company store?
Get paid in V-Bucks.
I'll be damned if I let any of you poor folk get robbed at some shady establishment. You see, the Fink Company store brings you Fink products at a price designed specifically for the Fink worker.
Whoa.
Mr. DeWitt, welcome to Finkton. You'll find a variety of supplies here that should see.
I actually really like the hand cannon. Big fan of it. Oh, do I have to pick it up to continue?
Want with us.
Excuse me, miss, but Mr. Fink's interest is strictly in the gentleman.
But why?
So sorry, young miss. But any questions regarding the gentleman's application should be taken up with Mr. Fink directly.
Oh, yes.
Does this strike you as good news? Doesn't strike me as good news.
Shanty Town. Starting bid. 15 minutes to bid 14.
Chenlin.
Where are the stairs at?
I've read about this. It's Gautama Buddha.
Who?
The founder of Buddhism. Spent 49 days under a Bodhi tree until he achieved enlightenment.
Hello?
Hello?
Mr. Lin? Chen Lin? Is anybody here?
What happened here?
Someone worked this place over. Constabulary, no doubt.
Do you hear that? There's someone downstairs.
There was it, little bighorn. Are we shot?
Excuse me. Ma'am, I'm sorry to bother you. We're looking for Mr. Lin. Mr. Chen Lin.
Booker.
Mr. Lin, not here. He gone.
Gone?
They take flying squad. I pray, Gautama Buddha. Pray, give husband.
I read the subtitle as Flying Squid and got really excited.
Where did they take
I remember, yeah, there's no flying squid in this.
Everyone take to good time club.
Banned.
Where is this club? Ma'am, please, where is this club?
Booker, we'll find it. Just leave her be.
Why not?
I'll teabag all over the place. It'd be offensive if I didn't teabag.
Daisy Fitzroy help Chen Lin?
Cops. Kind who probably got their boot on Lin's throat asking him how well he knows Daisy Fitzroy.
Isn't she the one we're working for?
Matter of fact, it is. Let's figure out where this good time club is.
It's really nice to have just like a little arrow pointing in the right way. Very handy for trying to run through this.
Do it, my boy. You know, the best kind of interview is one where the applicant doesn't know he's being evaluated.
The Sharkish of values.
The other day at the lottery, you're a brute. And in times like this, I could use a brute.
I don't know what these are, but they look like spawn points to me.
Fitzroy has got the jungle all riled up. A man like me could have use of an old Pinkerton like you.
Let's find Chen Lin and get the hell out of here.
Now, all I ask is that you finish what you started to it. Wouldn't want to disappoint the other applicants. Our first candidate is a veteran of Peking. Now, what's that they say about old soldiers? Frankly, my money's
Oh, what is this thing?
He's something of an old hand at handling explosives. Only man I know who hasn't lost
Grub's burn out and
Fireman over there!
destroyed.
Will serve you well at Fink Industries.
You hold on to this.
This young go-getter is a former devotee of Lady Comstock. But without the old gal, they don't know quite what to do with themselves. Picked this one up at a hiring fair.
Oh, I spawn on top of the box? What the hell? Whoa.
You know, when your name was first passed to me, I wasn't quite sure you were the man for the job. But now, I can say with certainty that I was quite wrong.
Whoa. I did it.
Now, I know all about your little job for Fitzroy. But do you really want to take her offer over?
Oh, wow. That's weird.
Do you know how many people would kill to be head of Fitz Security? You're a tough nut to crack, Mr. DeWitt. A tough nut. But
It's glitched.
I promise you this. I will get what I want.
Hilarious. Oh my god, I am.
Come on, Franny. You're a modern woman. It's 19.
Look, Chen Lin, cell number 9.
Want to take a look at this? I used to work for folks like Fink.
Really?
I was with the Pinkertons. They call us in when the workers got restless.
To do what?
Demonstrate the folly of men striking, throwing down tools.
You hurt people.
I'll tell you this. Sometimes there's precious need for folks like Fitzroy.
Why?
Because of folks like me.
Ready.
Yeah, it's in one of these cells where you find that one guy again, right?
Fink don't need much of a reason.
No. No, he doesn't.
Locked. Elizabeth?
Damn, that was some loud ass thunder. Didn't know it was storming.
All done.
DeWitt, you're a lion. But you can't blame me for looking after my own interests, can you? Now I know Fitzroy has come calling, but I think you'll find your business with her has come to an end. Lions walk
No.
lions, DeWitt, not hyenas.
We're too late. God damn it.
This is what he meant.
Now we need to find someone else to make those guns.
No.
Dead is dead, Elizabeth.
Dead is dead.
The hell did...
I see heads.
And I see tails.
It's all a matter of perspective.
Why are you following us? Who sent you? Comstock? What do you want?
What do you see here, from this angle?
Dead.
Listen.
And that angle?
Alive.
Booker. Chen Lin.
The body's gone.
Whoa.
It's another Columbia.
Different Columbia.
The same coin.
A different perspective.
Heads.
Tails.
Dead.
Alive.
We have to go through to this other Columbia.
Is it closing because I'm moving around, or does it just happen normally?
One just needs the courage to climb aboard.
If we go into the stair, I don't think I'll be able to bring us back. Are you sure you're ready?
Whoa.
Look. There's no blood.
And no body.
It's another world, Booker. Another Columbia.
Something tells me one dead gunsmith ain't the only thing that's changed.
Boop-a-doop, boop, 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 boop-a-doop, boom, ba-doop, boop, boo, run away.
I don't understand how Chen Lin is alive now.
We're in a
It was really storming outside. Goddamn.
somewhere we'll find out why. These men.
I killed them. They were dead.
Not in this world.
What is going on here, Satsmark? Has my head of security...
Do I need to fight? Oh, yeah, we gotta be upstairs.
Your man
I don't know if we need to fight there. Let's go on Darth. I'll hydrate in a second.
We'll see about that.
I didn't have any time.
The hyena is a trickster. They live to stir up trouble. So you'll be aware.
On it!
Come. Making it through.
Hear anything? No machines. No tools. Booker, look. The shrine.
Let's go find that
It's a
gunsmith.
figure of
Maybe he's
Comstock
upstairs
now.
now. Mr. Lin? Chen Lin?
Chen Lin.
Chen Lin?
Who are you? You speak up. Speak up! Can't hear you over all these machines. Very loud.
I'm Booker DeWitt.
Stand back. These machines very dangerous. Wait downstairs with Mrs. Lin.
Daisy Fitzroy sent us. We need to talk to you about getting some weapons.
Machines very dangerous. No place for stupid people. Want to lose pretty head?
Mr. Lin.
Downstairs.
What is wrong with him?
Remember him dead in that cell? Maybe in some way he remembers that too. How would you reconcile that?
I don't know.
Checkpoint. Something got glitched.
You hear anything?
Huh?
No machines. No tools. Booker, look. The shrine.
Let's go find that
It's a
gunsmith.
figure of
Maybe he's
Comstock
upstairs
now.
now.
Yeah, maybe she's got to be up here or something.
Lin? Chen Lin? Excuse me, Chen Lin?
Oh.
Who are you? You speak up. Speak up! Can't hear you over all these machines. Very loud.
I'm Booker DeWitt.
Stand back.
Look at this guy. He's glitching all over the place. That's illegal, dude.
Daisy Fitzroy sent us. We need to talk to you about getting some weapons.
Machines very dangerous. No place for stupid people. Want to lose pretty head?
Mr. Lin.
Downstairs.
What is wrong with him?
Remember him dead in that cell? Maybe in some way he remembers that too. How would you reconcile that?
I don't know.
All right, now stairs, come back. Oh.
My husband? Calm his troubled thoughts. Ease his...
Excuse me, ma'am. I'm looking for Mrs. Lin.
I'm Mrs. Lin.
No, I mean a little Chinese lady. She was...
Booker, this is Mrs. Lin.
They took Chen's tools. What's he got without his tools?
Well, your husband is a bit out of sorts.
If he could work again, maybe... If he could work, he'd...
Mrs. Lin, can you tell me who took your husband's tools?
Goddamn police. They took them and locked them up in the impound in Shantytown.
Goddamn Shantytown.
Would having his tools back fix his mind?
Who cares? We're not getting any guns if Chen Lin doesn't have his. Let's head to Shantytown.
Did you notice?
Happy with your pay? Well, be of good cheer. History tells us that the painter Surratt would take no money for his art. Why, George Washington would only accept the presidency if he were paid $1 a year.
A single dollar a year. Whoa. What a big salary.
What?
My finger.
I wish I got paid $1 a year.
Sorry, I didn't.
It's all right. It's as much a
Buy,
mystery
like,
to me as anyone else.
a whole stick of gum.
Maybe Songbird knows, but he's not talking.
I'm sorry.
What for? I get to wear this
You got money I
stylish
want.
symbol to cover up my hideous deformity. I'll cover all of these.
Alright, going to another area I haven't seen in like 25 years. Shantytown. Whoa.
You must think me some sort of freak. A girl who can bring dead men back to life. Whose only acquaintance is a giant bird
What a
creature.
freak.
I must seem ridiculous.
You just got dealt a bad hand.
I am not going back to that tower no matter what happens.
It won't stop until they have you.
Why? What did I do to them?
You frighten them.
Good.
This is what they want, brothers. To keep you so hungry.
These people are like this because of Fink. Maybe Daisy's right. Maybe she should pay him back for all of this.
Not before she pays us. We're here for guns and then the airship.
I don't understand. Some people are treated like men. And others like animals.
There's plenty of places.
Ah, new hat, but it's not Hill Runners. Damn.
Like, Booker, there's the end.
Elizabeth?
On it!
Come on! What is life compared to a fate? My aim is...
Elizabeth.
I just remember being in this area sniping a lot.
Got it.
I don't remember much else. It's like a complete game. I like BioShock 1 the most, but gameplay 2. Like my Nervous Den, the DLC for 2 is just like my favorite piece of content, but as far as main games go, I think 1's like the best all-around package.
There they are, the tools.
Now we just have to get them back.
Whoa, tools.
Then we get our airship. Can you open this, Elizabeth?
Keep a lookout. There. Who are we really helping by getting guns for the Vox Populi?
It's gonna help us.
Daisy can make a change, can't she? Make things better for the people here.
Boop 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 a doop boop a doop boop boom.
we sure as hell aren't gonna be able to carry all this back to the shop. God, we didn't think this all the way through. What is that?
Whoa.
It's like a tear to another version of this room that doesn't have any tools in it.
If the tools aren't in there,
Then they must be back
at the shop.
Booker, if we go into this tear, I don't think there's any turning back. Are you sure you want to go now?
Do it.
Do it. Whoa. Crazy. Now we're going back.
Come on, let's head back to the gunsmith.
Back through
I need to
Shantytown.
be on that airship and well shut of this place for long.
Booker, if the Vox get their weapons, there's going to be a revolution just like in this world. These people are gonna have
Any loot? What the hell?
Can you feel it? Daisy's moved these people. Things can change, Booker, and we can be a part of it.
I don't want to be a part of it.
Not in this. We will do a another run, an anthology glitchless run at some point, which will include Minerva's Den and the 2 barrel Cs, but trilogy runs are just the base game.
You're Booker DeWitt, the hero of the Vox.
Woo!
What are you talking about?
Hero of the Vox. Whoa. Yeah, mass murder.
The box. Slate burned down the Hall of Heroes. Hard to think. Just 2 memories in the same
Booker,
place.
come back to me. We're going to find Daisy Fitzroy.
And we're getting out of here on the First Lady. Let's go.
In this world, you're a martyr.
These folk need a better class of hero. When it comes down to it, the only difference between Comstock and Fitzroy is how you spell the name.
To the factory! Let the mighty be.
I think once we go back to the gunsmith shop, we can leave factory at that point. So we're kind of through it.
Rockets, be careful!
Open it!
Sure thing!
It is a ridiculous amount of content that gets skipped with the factory stuff.
Yes, we did it. I don't know if I brought us to a world where the Vox had weapons, or I created it.
No.
I meant to have happen.
Elizabeth,
They're dead.
come on. Let's leave this place. Let's go to the factory and get our airship. This isn't our responsibility. None of it. You just opened a door to this world and...
Whoa.
You sure, Booker? Did I just bring us to a world where Shannon was alive, or did I create it? I told you I always thought that my little trick was a form of wish fulfillment. I got my wish.
Yeah, exactly. It's been so long since I've run through there. It's like I kind of remembered what needed to be done. I just didn't remember all the areas super well. I kind of forget how to get through here.
Catch, Booker!
Thanks!
Thought we,
See him?
Oh wait, those are... Oops. Okay. I thought there was like a hook that you called in. Well, I'm pretty... Isn't there?
They can't get that door open unless someone takes that airship out.
Are we volunteering?
Oh wait, what? I don't remember this at all.
Sabotage the engine and bring this thing down.
Oh, really? Wait, is there a different way to do this, or is this like the only way?
Reap what you sow.
Okay, now to get off this thing.
Okay, I remember maybe it's this part. Oh, nope. I thought you could just like go over. Huh. Okay. Oh, yeah. Force a habit. Don't have Hillerorn's hat. Oops.
We need to take that elevator up. Bet it leads to Fink's office.
It's really interesting that the whole airship thing is in place. Or that Zeppelin. I just completely repressed that part. I guess I'm thinking of the part in Hall of Heroes where you get on top of the hook and then jump down past the gate. It's gotta be it. That'd be what I'm thinking of. So I didn't think the game ever taught you to sabotage the engine.
Who?
Fitzroy and Comstock.
We use that at the very end for the final fight, and I thought you just kind of had to figure it out.
Lynn? Mr. Lynn? My God, I was so set on getting to Paris. I didn't really think that...
You couldn't have known this would happen.
I had a role in this catastrophe. If you want to pretend that we're purely innocents in this, then that's your prerogative, but...
Hello? Fink?
I saw you die, Booker. Saw it with my own eyes.
Fitzroy. Listen, I got you your guns. I'm here for my airship.
But my Booker DeWitt died for the Vox Populi. You either an imposter or a ghost. My Booker DeWitt was a hero.
A ghost.
A story to tell your children. You just complicate the narrative.
Can you get this open?
Give me a second.
Yeah, I might grab Undertaker. I could buy it later, but... Let's go and grab it now. That's so disturbing.
Want to hold on to this?
Nope. I sure don't. To be plasmid. I mean, yeah, visually for sure. It's definitely a lot more useful than the B plasmid is. Yo, Senna, what's up, dude? Okay, he's already off the airship. Welcome on in, everybody. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome to the party. What's up? Doing a BioShock Trilogy glitchless run. We are kind of halfway point of Infinite, so it's going pretty well so far. See what the rest of it holds. Hey, you ran away. Not supposed to do that. Aw, I saw the hat. I was like, maybe I got Hellrunner's hat. This will be nice to get. Got him. Grenade launcher. Or RPG, whatever. I know there is a difference between an RPG and a grenade launcher, but might as well be the same thing.
No, no, no! She's going to kill that child. Booker, we have to do something.
Oh yeah, I mean, the bees is definitely like a fan favorite plasmid.
Come on, Booker, we've got to get out of here. Boost me up. Go to the window and distract Daisy. Go!
Is this it?
It's just really hard to beat a vigor that groups up all the enemies for you. Yo, there's a big arena? Oh no, whatever will I do? Oh, well, you know what? Do whatever I want. Boop, 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 boop.
Elizabeth.
I guess it runs in the family.
Elizabeth.
Whoa, whoa, hey, easy.
I'm not death warping or anything. Might as well pick it up. Why not?
Already.
Past the 5-hour mark? Yeah, okay. I definitely don't think this is going to be as long as I expected it to be. We definitely still have some time left in the run, but I don't expect it to go. I think pushing 7 hours at the moment would be kind of a stretch.
This is all they had.
Listen.
How do you do it?
How do I do what?
Oh, her dress is glitching. Reset.
How do you wash away the things that you've done?
That is some fashion right there.
You don't. Just learn to live with it.
So the
Columbia fashion.
us. New York or Paris?
No!
Shit. Come on, we gotta find a way to make this thing go faster.
There's gotta be some sort of throttle or accelerator.
Do you know what that looks like?
I don't know.
Help me find it!
It's a decent length game.
That's not it.
Certainly is.
Isn't.
Is.
Try again.
All
Hold
right.
on.
Here you are.
Booker, we've got to stop them.
No, that's
Here.
the E.
No, that is certainly it.
No, it's not.
It is.
Isn't. Isn't.
Is.
As simple as the fight skip is in this section, I'm not gonna do it just because not sure if it's banned or not.
You've done
minute now. He's coming.
I wouldn't be surprised either way.
The notes were correct.
The instrument was not.
One needs both to get his attention.
But if you know how to sing to him,
He will take you where you need to go.
Like the skip is so simple.
Who are you?
You could just accidentally do it, but
And needed where we are.
So Comstock uses these songs. Are there others we can use? Something to keep the bird off our back?
perhaps you should ask the maestro himself.
So where
shouldn't
is
take too long regardless.
Of course. Well, at least they left the piano.
You left the piano.
Booker. That's Comstock House. We're gonna find him. We should start.
I haven't seen it before. The fight skip, you literally just jump across this part. And it skips spawning in these enemies.
Great!
Help me out with
It's not a particularly long fight, but it is nice to skip.
about that song that brings in the bird.
Ooh, money, 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 money.
When I was younger, I used to be excited when I heard it.
Excited?
He was all I had. He fed me, brought me books. He was my friend.
Friend?
Until I grew up. And I hated him. Because he was my warden.
Look at this sick movement.
He's just Comstock's pet, isn't he? Just like me. Done. That's where it's no better than Comstock.
Mad skills. I'm so mad about it.
Blood up. It ain't easy to settle it down again.
This is on our hands.
I saw something when I first got here. A dream. It was New York, but larger than any New York I ever saw. It was burning.
One of the prophet's magic is rubbing off on you.
Oh. You know, I kind of forgot you could just jump off the map in this game.
Seems right up your alley.
Looks easy enough. Ready. I just realized who those two are. Well, at least she.
I mean, once we get past Comstock House, everything from that point on should be relatively easy.
Suspended in space-time at a fixed height.
So, not giant balloons?
We can't do
Thing is,
deck skip, but
they disappeared
we just wait around and it's fine. I don't think Comstock House itself is too crazy.
You sure?
Something tells me they're
And Downtown Port is just chasing the ghost around for fights. So.
I was going to have told you they'd come.
No.
The subjunctive?
That's not subjunctive.
I don't think the syntax has been invented yet.
It would have had to have been.
Had to have had been. That can't be right.
They seem to want to help.
They seem to be out of their minds.
Odd, isn't it?
What's odd?
The fact that we sometimes.
Finish each other's sentences?
Exactly.
It would be odder if we didn't.
How do you suppose they manage that?
I'll get back to you after I...
Oh, okay, we can't do the death warp strat here either. Damn. Forgot about this part. Tell me I have to fight stuff in this game? Boo. I want to do a pacifist run.
Comstock House is up ahead.
The seed of the prophet.
I don't know if these guys matter for the fight at all. Or if just the ones up here do.
Sure thing.
Nice.
Over there. That's all I have right now.
Yeah, that was bad.
Need money?
Need some.
Come on, give me something challenging. It's done.
Like hell. Dibs on the
Catch!
Nice.
These lock when we pass through. We won't be able to return.
Can you open this?
It's a simple dual dial lock. My book said most fools keep the combination no more than 20 feet away.
Let's hope we find one of those fools. This might be it. Why are you so keen on lock picking and code breaking?
If you put a person in a cage,
I wonder what the code is. Oh my god. Never would have guessed it. I was gonna guess 6969.
Elizabeth.
Here we get to see how big Booker's hands are.
Stop him.
That is an oath you cannot keep.
You know what they say about guys with big hands, right?
But if it comes to it,
Big fingerless gloves.
you will not let him take me back.
It won't come to that. All right.
Alright, downtown Emporia.
Look, Fox are tearing this place apart.
The mosquito thing. I really like having that.
Watch out, black cannon!
Wow, what a jerk. The super old way, if you've never seen it, to skip this level, was to get like on this airship and then a handyman would spawn on top of that roof and you'd charge to him. And it was pretty awful. You get on one of these barges. I don't remember how to do it. Yeah, this guy.
Much obliged.
This is full.
See what else I can find. You need salt. Here.
Perfect timing.
I'm really surprised he's not like in my face trying to kill me.
Fancy putting those lockpickings.
Really gonna run all the way around?
Back there at the shop, what you asked me to do.
Let's not discuss it.
No, what did that thing do to you?
Yeah, it was really awful because you had to get to like that a very specific spot, and then you only got one shot at him landing up there. So you had to manipulate him to go up on that little building. And if you didn't get it, you had to restart the level and go down the elevator again. So like it was really, really painful to miss.
Sniper.
Yeah, it was not fun. It was really cool, like mechanically how it worked, but as far as doing it in a run, it wasn't great. Also, I don't remember if going the other way is faster. Like, if you're not doing the gate skip thing. It might be, I don't remember. Oh, yeah, we need her up here. Why is she not teleporting?
Lady Comstock, how lovely to see you.
I want to say once you activate that, you can run away. Thanks. Yeah. Alright. It's been so very long since I've done the fights.
There's the graveyard where my mother's buried.
Where are you going?
Come on.
What are we looking for?
Open it!
There you go.
Open it!
It's your mother's grave.
They have her preserved in an airtight chamber. Fingerprints.
I don't remember the exact setup for it, but there's a spot though.
Draw a lot of sympathy.
Take a moment to think about what you're doing.
There. Do I open the door or do I have to go in?
Yeah, I haven't thought about this fight in a long time. I haven't thought about any of the fights.
How are you, Mother? All locked up in there, huh? Looks like you and I have some.
There's actually like a really cool but annoying strat way back in the day when we actually did these in the run. Of once you killed the ghost, you would climb up on a wall over here, but it was like the first one that needed high FPS, which I don't even think was that high back then. I don't remember what it was, but it was like the first instance of like wall boosting.
You chose to follow a false shepherd, and he has led you astray. What I do for love. What lion does not cringe to see their coven pain, but spare the
Yo, he said cringe, dude. So cringe. It's so cringe to cringe. Whoa. The ghost does look really cool though. I like it.
rest for a minute.
No, I'm getting that hand.
Elizabeth?
I'm getting that hand.
Is your mother a ghost?
She's not here.
Let's see if I put him in the rightish spot. Hey, she did.
What am I?
I think you have to wait, but I think it was that wall right there. You could boost over.
When the delicious question is when.
The only difference between past and present
Is semantics.
lives, live, we live.
Dies, died, will die.
If we could perceive time as a true loss.
Yeah, you gotta wait for them to finish talking. That's what it is.
Like us all, Lady Comstock exists across time.
She's both alive and dead.
There seems to be both.
She finds this condition disagreeable.
Perception without comprehension.
It's a dangerous combination. Look. What sense? She goes to unfinished business.
We have to follow her. Convince her to open the gate to Comstock House.
I don't know if that got you around needing to like go into the house or something as well. Is that a thing here?
3 truths you must discover.
Yeah, you gotta do this.
In this world, Comstock has destroyed.
If only one of you had the power to alter time and space.
That would be a blessing, wouldn't it?
I don't remember if you got you past that part or not.
They're sarcastic.
There's something off about Lady Comstock.
Yeah, I noticed.
No, you don't understand. She doesn't belong here. I bought
Yeah, I
something.
think they're just in the house over here, right?
I'm not so sure it was her.
Seems right up your alley.
I'll give it a whirl. All yours.
It's a tear.
That's my mother.
I assure you.
I forgot about that line. Yo, Power Armor, thank you for the 4 months. You whore, that's my mother. Oh, there's a thing in here.
Sterile. Then what were you to them?
A child that they decided to imprison. She deserves whatever Comstock.
What did you mean before when you said Lady Comstock didn't belong here?
She's almost.
This next one in the bank, and then it's like outside his house.
She's a reflection.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Thank God for these arrows. Like every game should have these. Yeah, I think it's the bank and then outside the Comstock gate.
There.
A water puddle.
Booker, catch.
$15,000 steps today? God damn. Running a marathon or something?
Now.
It's just work. I mean, you're on a marathon for work? That's crazy. I don't need to buy any upgrades at this point. I think I'm good. I just want to make sure I have enough for the ghost fights.
Sorry.
was sabotage. All their patents, all of them, Mr. Fink. Now, why does the Prophet want these two killed?
Well, there's anything though worth picking up.
Child. And why does he want me to do it? Because only you can make it seem an accident.
I don't think that's the real Comstock.
Give me some ammo. Does it shoot 2 rockets? That's a great question. I don't know. Future, retro stuff. Couldn't tell you. Whoa. Adam's only. There you go. You got your answer then. Oh, is it outside the bank? Might be outside the bank. Oops. Where is it telling me to go? Up? Where the fuck is this going? What? Swear to God, if I reset for no reason, I'm gonna be so upset. I mean, I think I did at this point. God damn it. Oh, it's in here. Aha! The combat. I think if you just run up here and you don't fight anything, it's good to go. Ah.
That one! Thanks for that.
Yeah, I definitely remember there being like a way to get this without having to fight all that.
Done.
Now that I've done it.
But you two are dead. I took your funeral photo.
I think I can run away at this point.
Yes, I made an absolute hash of it.
One doesn't expect a picture of one's corpse.
To come across so lifelessly.
Yeah. Run away. Got the next 10 days off. Hell yeah. Gonna do anything special with it or just chill out?
He killed Lady Comstock. Lord Tessus.
And anyone who knew the truth was better dead than alive.
I'm not even...
Quest update. Whoa.
No. It's impossible. What you've been through.
Rosalind Lutece is not my mother.
There's definitely also a setup for fire traps here. I really don't remember where this one is.
I know you hate me for not being your daughter. And I hated you for not being my mother.
Whoa.
I owe you an apology. Comstock used me to bring you back.
I forgot all this was in the run. Way back in the day.
Reality that I had built up in my own head. He pretended to love you. He pretended to love me. I am not your husband's bastard. I am his victim. My days of victimhood are done. We must forgive each other. Because there is one far worse than you or I.
The prophet killed me.
Because you wouldn't keep his secret.
Whoa.
If that's so, then why am I alive?
Not in this world. Maybe this is you in another. World where you never
Oh yeah, that sounds like a fun time. Sounds like a pretty nice getaway.
Find out. Find out.
Whoa. Cutscene time. Once we get past Comstock House, everything's pretty much the same till the end. And I don't think Comstock House is really too involved.
Bring us the girl and wipe away the debt.
Oh, God. Game trying to give me glaucoma. I'm always really bad at estimating time left in a run or how long parts take, but I feel like an hour from here to the end's not too absurd to think about.
I'm sorry.
I think this 100% is under 7 hours. 6:30 and under?
Take me back.
We'll see, we'll see.
Take me home. Please.
Whoa.
Elizabeth!
Elizabeth. Whee!
I'm not letting you take her, you hear me? Ah, you feathered piece of shit! I'm not going to...
Snow. It's July.
Elizabeth! Can you hear me?
They kind of go into it in the Barreled Seas. I think part 2 specifically.
Just take me back to my tower. Please, please.
They get a little bit more involved.
What the?
What is this place?
Okay.
What are you going to do to me?
What do we do to advance this part? So they kill all this stuff? I got no loot. I'm gonna kill stuff that has no loot.
Damn it.
Yeah, because I'm not playing the DLCs tonight. I don't want to like
Want to see the girl.
spoil it for anybody. I mean, if I'm like running through it, I don't mind. But
Doesn't matter. I just gotta get to the warden's office.
Please, what is this place? Just send me back to my tower.
It's too late
That's
for
never
that,
it.
child. Your father gave you a lovely home, and you chose to destroy it.
He's not my father.
like 10 years old. Whoa. I mean, you never know. There's still plenty of people playing the BioShocks for the first time.
Like my father, we conceived all that would be, might be, and must not be.
Do I have to deal with these guys?
I'm Dr. Pettifog, Elizabeth. I'll be taking care of you.
Get away from me.
Defiance.
Oh, we skip all. Oh, okay. So it's very different when you aren't skipping through it. Okay, that's not like that much more. I didn't think it was too involved, but
Your surgery is tomorrow, you know. You better eat.
it's been a long time since I've run through here. Where we learn.
A man once promised me that he would free me of my chains.
I mean, they're working on a new one. That much has been confirmed. New studio. It's a matter of time.
Here's the switch. Should be able to head downstairs and get to Elizabeth now.
Gonna put you in the ground. Whee! Okay. Yeah, I think we should be good from here to the ends. Really, the last part I was kind of not remembering.
Elizabeth, hold tight!
It's a tear. What is it?
Why do you ask what?
When the delicious question is when.
Lives, lived, will live.
Dies, died, will die.
As you can see, Booker, the lunatics are running the asylum.
So old. Get all the achievements in BioShock 1. I don't think they're too challenging, so I could see that.
It's what I set in
Actually, I don't even know what all the achievements are, to be honest.
It's into its terminal stage. It took all I had left in me.
I know there's one without using Vita chambers.
Elizabeth.
On like hard mode or something.
I don't understand. I heard you screaming. I was coming to get you. Are we...
Here. Take my hand.
Had life, won't live, nor wants to love.
The seed of the prophet shall sit the throne and drown in flame the mountains of man. Say what you will about Comstock. He was a hell of a fortune teller. Wasn't the torture that broke me. Wasn't the indoctrination. It was time. Time rots everything, Booker. Even hope.
I was coming.
Songbird. He always stops you.
Yes, but I would find a way.
No. It's too late for me. I brought you here for your sake. Yours and hers. Here.
Whoa.
What is this?
It's for her. She'll know how to read it.
What does it say?
It's advice.
Advice on what?
How not to become me.
I'm back.
Eli knows.
Before
Who the hell is Eli?
There's still time.
Elizabeth! Get your men upstairs. If she gets ornery, just hit
Doing multiplayer achievements? That sounds like pain.
Mr. Perez, what's the expression? Day late to the dollar short.
Find old Elizabeth kind of hot. I mean, I'm sure there are. Sure there are.
Maybe if I shut down those machines from upstairs.
Some people like those gilfs, you know? I can't say I'm a fan personally, but I'm not gonna shame it.
She is not your daughter! Elizabeth, I'll be right there!
I got you, it's okay. Okay, I'm gonna fix this. You ready?
Just yank it out.
Help me with this.
I think someone meant for you to have this.
What is it?
Just read it.
Man, I don't know how multiplayer was on console, but at least on PC, like, it would constantly crash.
It's me.
Like, way back in the day, when I was, like, first picking up BioShock 2 and doing a whole bunch of runs, we did some, like, community night multiplayer lobbies, and
Remember, you wanted to go to...
it was just riddled with people crashing and having to reconnect every match.
I will not allow that.
And so what? You're
A real pain in the ass. Fun multiplayer, though.
This is where you start moralizing, Booker. You forget. I know you.
I'm not going to let you kill him.
Really? Booker? What are you...
Yeah, there was one, I think it was Geyser Trap. I think it was what it was called. Something like that. But one plasmid let you basically boost out of every map. You knew where to go. A little broken.
Comstock's Zeppelin is outside. The hand of the prophet, he calls it.
When did you learn that?
I've been here for a while.
How long?
Long enough.
Oh, check out these moves. Right. And the home stretch.
Everything here is a cipher that I understand except for this symbol. It's a cage. Did she say anything about this?
No.
The hand of the prophet.
Could you take a look at this lock?
Look, simple. Look! It's the hand of the prophet. Comstock's flagship. We've got to find a way on board.
Stay here. I'll handle this.
We're doing this together.
Yeah, there was a lot around that era that had
Either way, I need to know the thing's been done.
a good single player and then definitely like a multiplayer attached to it. That didn't necessarily need multiplayer.
How thrilling to launch. How breathtaking the apex. And how terrifying the descent as gravity drags you down into the inevitable.
It's the hot thing to do.
All yours.
What's that sound?
Look! Take cover!
They must be duds.
Those aren't duds. They're...
Look around you, Elizabeth. I built all of this for you. You are my air and my blood. And what has DeWitt ever done for you? To him, you are now what you always were. A means to an end.
Got it.
Hey, got the ship out. This is not easy. We're taking off. Whee!
Do you think it's possible to redeem the kind of things that we've done?
Redeem? I don't see much use in that.
Booker, are you afraid of God?
No. But I'm afraid of you.
He said the thing from the opening of the game. Are we even moving? It's very slowly. Boop, 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 boop.
Over there! It's Comstock's men. They're coming out to meet us.
That's so nice of them.
Another gunship on the left. Folks, they're coming to attack the flagship.
What the hell? Why'd I get hit? They're not even fighting me. They're not looking at me and I got hit? That's never happened before. Hashtag that's never happened before.
Look out! More of them! Catch, Booker!
Much obliged!
One always manages to sneak over. I don't know how. He just jumps off instantly.
We need to land below and fight our way up to it.
Or we can just fly this thing to Paris.
Just drop me off if you want to. This isn't your problem.
This one's a little bit different from the run, but I've done a lot of runs prior to deck skip being a thing. So should remember how to get through this part.
Well, that must be where they're deployed from. I wouldn't go near those lines while those pods are in place.
Comstock is at the top of the ship.
Look into his child. There's something about
this should clear him.
Oh, it's not a proper window. Gotcha.
That will prepare the Sodom below for the coming of the Lord.
Can't find anything.
It will not be I who carries that banner of him. That job falls to you, Elizabeth. That job falls to you.
Need this? Skyline is clear, Booker.
Alright, and now we play the waiting game.
There you go.
Something's wrong.
Why are they dropping so slowly?
If you don't remember this part, or haven't seen it in a speedrun in a long time, you have to wait for this entire line to pretty much drop. And there's nothing you can really do besides survive. Which is why deck skip is so nice. We just gotta skip past this part.
One half done.
Look at him go. Oh, is he gonna find me? Nope.
3/4.
It sure is taking its time.
Booker, the lines are clear.
I may be the one who strikes you down, DeWitt. But you've always had a knack for self-destruction.
One more deck.
Who's to say?
Let me take care of this on my own.
I just haven't sat there in a while, but that doesn't feel nearly as long as I remember it being. Like, it's not great sitting through that, but in my memory, I remember it being a lot longer.
Take that skyline to the prophet's cabin.
You've come to wipe your slate clean, false shepherd. But time will walk backwards before you find.
This is my tower. What's this? Siphon.
I saw this there. I could hear you singing from above. And the machine came to life in response.
And then in my mother's grave, there was a smaller one. They were draining me. Maybe that's why I can't.
Can't what?
When I was little, I used to be able not just to open tears, but I could create new ones. To anywhere I wanted to go. And the tower.
Here's something right with you.
Stand back. I'm ending this.
Booker, no. This is between me and him.
You are walking into a trap.
I need to do this.
Whoa, it's getting a little crazy over there.
Oh, come on, I don't bite. My, oh, you have grown.
Tell me, what am I?
Look at you, child. You're
Hey,
a mess.
let go of her.
Elizabeth, everything I've done to keep you safe.
Safe from what?
Seed of the prophet shall sit the throne and drown in flame the mountains of man.
The mountains of man.
Something else. Beware, prophet. Beware the false shepherd, Booker DeWitt, for he shall be as a wall between her.
Unless I'm vastly
DeWitt, I'm a fool.
underestimating how long this fight takes, I think
Mighty armies
6:30 is
stop
free.
you. I've rained fire on you from above.
Which is
I did
cool.
all of that to keep you from her, when all I needed was to tell her the truth. Ask him, child. Ask him what happened to your finger. Ask DeWitt.
Let go.
She's your daughter, you son of a bitch! And you abandoned her! Was it worth it? Huh? Did you get what you wanted?
Booker.
Tell me!
Booker.
Tell me!
It is finished.
Nothing is finished!
Booker.
You locked her up for her whole life!
Booker.
You cut off her finger, and you put it on me!
Booker, stop it! You killed him.
I'm the murderer.
What did he mean?
Whoa.
Huh?
Didn't see the twist coming.
What did he mean about my finger?
I don't know. Yeah, I just assumed you were born with it. I don't know.
Your nose. It's bleeding.
My nose.
I swear to you, I have no idea what he was talking about.
You too. You just can't remember it.
No. I'll prove it to you. We'll destroy the siphon. The answer's behind one of your doors. You just have to open it.
Destroy the siphon? It's the entire tower, Booker. How are we gonna do that?
I don't know, but I'll think of something on the way. Need a lockpick.
What is that? What does that mean? Hmm.
Cage. Cage, I'm missing something.
They said they knew what was best for us.
Booker.
They said they knew what was coming next.
Booker!
Did you see this coming, old man?
Okay, we gotta
Did you
get
see
ready.
this coming?
They mean to board us.
You ain't gonna place your daughter on the throne. We're gonna set our queen.
What are you doing?
We have to sing to him!
Sing to who? Elizabeth, stop it!
B-A-G-E. Not a word, Booker. It's a song. Whoa. Burp time.
Shh, it's okay. Here. Will you help me? I need you to protect me. Will you do it? Will you do this for me? Just this one last thing. Please. So, go! Booker, he'll help us. We can use him against the Vox fleet. Booker, tell him where to go. Booker, over there, the box.
We need this thing to make it to Monument Island.
Booker.
There, the gunship.
Catch, Booker. There's more of them.
What they got? Just an old man touch.
Much obliged. Go!
Songbird's ready, Booker.
I don't like the fact that the other guy's just not there. That's really weird. There should have been another rocket guy.
Now.
I don't like the looks of this.
Whee! Yo, like I was glitched into the floor. Reset. Reset pull run.
Booker, he's ready.
Get the template.
Cool. Yeah, I don't know what happened to that one Rocketeer. He just didn't show up, I guess. He didn't want to go to school today. Cool. Outro time. Firework time.
Booker, come here.
What? What is it?
Look, you can use the songbird to bring the whole damn thing down. Destroy the siphon.
And that's what you want.
It's the only way we'll find the truth. About my finger, Comstock, everything.
Tear it down. Tear it all down.
Yeah, this run ended up being a lot faster than I thought it was going to be. It's like a total. I think BioShock 2 being a lot shorter than I was estimating definitely helped.
The Whistler! Elizabeth! The bird, Elizabeth! I lost control! He's coming!
Whoa.
Where is he? Where is he?
It's like we've been here before. No. Not Songbird.
It's all right.
Someone save him.
I'm here. Just
Elizabeth, I'm sorry. What is this place?
What is this place?
It's a doorway. One of many. This way.
What do you mean it's a doorway? Where are you going?
Oh, come on. Yes, it's this way.
What Comstock said about your finger. Is there an answer here? Do you...
Down here. This is where we have to go.
Why? What is going on? Elizabeth, what do you mean this is
Joined the end.
I'm gonna regret this.
Nice casual 4 a.m.
I'll have to show you.
Rip, rip, rip. I mean, this will go up on YouTube. It may not go up tomorrow because it'll be a 6-hour VOD, which usually takes a while to encode, but maybe Tuesday.
City at the bottom of the ocean. Ridiculous.
So if anyone missed some of it, missed all of it, or just wants to go back and watch parts, or watch the whole thing, should be up there maybe by this time tomorrow, possibly Tuesday afternoon. Possibly. We still do have a BioShock Anthology glitchless run to get through at some point, which is these 3 games plus Minerva's Den, the DLC for 2, and Burial at Sea 1 and 2, the DLC for this game.
They're beautiful.
Possibly next weekend. Maybe. We'll see. I don't think they should add too much time.
Come on.
Minerva's Den
Come
is
on,
not
this way. Come on.
crazy long, even without the skips. Burial at Sea 1 does have a good amount of things that get skipped, so that might add a bit more time than I'm thinking, but
I thought once we were here, I could fully control it.
I feel like an extra 2 hours for those together isn't crazy.
Where did it come from?
It's always been there.
Could be wrong.
I just couldn't see it. See? Not stars. They're doors.
Doors.
They're doors. Whoa.
All that's left is the choosing.
Yeah, I mean,
What are all these lighthouses? Why are we... Who are...
There are a million worlds.
Burial at Sea 2 by itself is already like a 50-minute run with tricks.
There's always a lighthouse. There's always a man. There's always a sea.
But a lot of that is just waiting around the goddamn 13-minute lobotomy cutscene.
You, me, Columbia, Songbird. But sometimes something's different.
So I don't think Minerva's didn't add that much more time onto it.
Yes.
And Burial at Sea 1, I'm not entirely sure. Because it does skip a lot, but I don't know how much.
Exactly. We swim in different oceans but land on the same shore. It always starts with a lighthouse.
How much time it add.
understand.
We don't need to. It'll happen all the same.
Like the whole thing together is like 13 minutes, yeah.
Because it has. Because it
I think something like that.
So many choices.
They all lead us to the same place. Where it started.
No one tells me where to go.
No one tells me where to go.
We've already been.
So a lot of waiting around in the Burial at Seas. Which is a big reason I don't tend to just do those runs. Wait a minute.
I was here. It's been 20 years ago, right after Wounded Knee. I was looking for...
Come on now, time's a-wasted.
Why were you here?
Are you ready to have your past erased? Are you ready to have your sins cleansed? Are you ready to be born again? Take my hand.
No, I don't want to.
But you already did, didn't you?
Are you ready to be born again?
I am.
Do you hate your sins?
I do.
Do you hate your wickedness?
Yes.
Do you want to
Yes.
clean the slate, leave behind all you were before, and be born again in the blood of the Lamb? Jesus!
Jesus.
Clean. Father, make him
Stop
born
it.
again. Lord,
Stop it.
what are you doing? Get off me!
Get off me.
You didn't go through with
You
it.
think a dunk in the river's gonna change the things I've done? Let's get out of here. I mean, these doors of yours, they're all tears, right? Well, open one up. Open one up to Paris. I want to be shut of all this.
Not until we find Comstock.
Comstock's dead!
No. He was here. This way.
I will say, speaking of incentives, if there's any left on the list that you would like to see done,
This is the man who hired
including the Tomb Raider Survivor Trilogy speedrun, which would be the next one unlocked. The big Supocalypse from the last subathon last month is probably happening any day now. I don't exactly remember what day we did it last month, but a lot of those gifted subs, unfortunately, will expire.
I wouldn't give it over to this guy.
Booker, you don't leave this room until you do.
DeWitt, time is running short. Bring us the girl.
Robert Lettuce.
Go ahead.
No.
You can wait as long as you want. Eventually, you'll give him what he wants.
How do you know all this?
I can see all the doors.
I can't handle my moves, though.
Doors. And behind one of them, I see him.
Damn, he got me.
What choice do I have?
Give Babby to Lettuce.
The debt's paid. Mr. Comstock washes you of all your sins.
He does. Cool beans.
Bring us the girl and wipe away the debt.
There was no baby. The deal was I go to Columbia to get you.
Booker, you're bleeding.
Oh. I remember. But I remember.
Now we've upset him.
I don't expect this next bit will do much for his mood.
Come on.
What are we doing here? Comstock's dead. We can just go on with our lives. You don't.
You're gone tomorrow?
You mean like Chenlit?
Well, was that the first or the second one? So it's kind of a two-part. It might drop off a little bit, then have a bigger drop-off the next week.
It will only be
That was the second one? So already went through one?
even lived in the first place.
Hey. Hey, the deal's off. You hear me? The deal is off. Give her back. Give her back.
14th.
Are you mad? Give her back, you son of a bitch.
Interesting. Yeah, time flies.
No, no, no. Down the machine. No.
Time flies when you're not streaming.
No. Do it.
What they always say.
My daughter. No.
No. Bloop. Off comes the pinky. Oh god, nice. No. My poor little eyeballs.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Let's go. You shared this room with your
Really close to the end.
almost 20 years.
It's the final time gonna be.
A man came to you, offered you a chance, a redemption.
Yeah, it was. Tried one weekend, and then internet died, and then we just did it again the next weekend.
I told you it would work.
Question is,
Oh my god, my eyes.
Anna.
you suppose he branded himself as some sort of penance?
Like one more boat ride, run up to the thing, and we're done.
What's done is done. What's done will be done. I suppose the brand is his head.
Yeah, this ended up being a lot shorter than I thought. I really thought like 8 hours was going to be kind of a tough thing to beat. And I was like, oh, you know what? Maybe 7's doable.
See, he's starting to put his.
Here we are, low 6.
Fond of this theory of yours.
He's manufacturing new memories from his old ones.
Well, the brain adapts.
I should know. I lived it.
Booker, wake up.
So I thought this was going to be around 8-ish hours, and I figured with DLCs it'd be 10. So it's good to know I was wrong.
To your credit, you did try to weasel out of the deal.
Oh, can we get a 6, 16, 16, 16? That'd be a hot time. I mean, it's definitely not going to happen, but
He did any of this.
go for a little palindrome.
How would one know how far back to go?
That's the only way to do it. Go back to when he was born.
Son of a bitch.
In his crib.
$6.14 57.
Sure.
Nice.
What you want.
I have to.
Clappy clappy.
It's the only way to undo
Hell yeah. So Infinite took it. Okay. 3 hours-ish.
Booker DeWitt, are you ready?
With having to remember a lot of those areas and what to do and what to fight,
This isn't the same place.
that's not bad.
Of course it is. I remember.
That ain't bad.
You're not. Who are you?
Chose to walk away.
Oh my gosh, Strabo with the ferocious 5-pack. Thank you so much. Thank you.
It all has to end. To have no
Filthy, ferocious, fanatic 5-pack.
Smother him in the crab.
Smother.
Hell yeah.
Smother. Before the choice is made. Before you are reborn.
And what name shall you take, my son?
He's Zachary Comstock. He's Booker DeWitt.
No. They're both.
Whoa, both. He's both of them. Or it's just like passed that over on the floor. Boop, boop. And credits. Cool. Awesome. I'm dying fixes everything. Yes, but no. If you just play this, then yes. If you play the DLCs, then no.